All right, so welcome everyone. Thanks a lot for joining today for our conference in the commemoration of the International Day of Yoga event. We are here today to celebrate the International Day of Yoga in our own small way. What we are going to be doing is we will be listening to a lot of researchers, to physicians, clinicians, as well as a couple of administrators of yoga who are going to talk to us about the research, the research and the evidence-based information of applicability as well as the effectiveness of yoga. Um, we are going to listen to multiple researchers, multiple clinicians and physicians during the day. And then at the end of the day, we are also going to have a roundtable discussion with Dr. Khalsa, with Elisa Vostrel, who is the executive director of IDY, and we will be joined by a couple of more people from a research angle as well as from the perspective of a practitioner. So that's sort of what it's going to look like. I'm going to quickly share my screen and talk through the schedule with you, and then we will get on with it. So, in terms of the schedule for the day today, please let me know if everyone is able to see my screen. Just give me a thumbs
Yes.
up. Yes, okay, thank you. So in terms of the focus, in terms of the schedule today, we are going to be starting with a little bit about Vayu Shakti and our focus on research, and especially when it comes to yoga for elder care and our plans. We would like to inform you what you can expect to come from our side over the next few months. Then we'll get into a discussion of the healthcare trends, again with a focus on the elder, with a special focus on the older adults. That will be delivered by Mr. Ramki. That we will follow by the talk from Dr. Khalsa, which is on the scientific rationale and the research evidence for yoga for elder care. We'll get into a small break, and then we will follow it up with a quick introduction about the Amity University, where Vayu Shakti currently is part of the incubation program, and it's the university which is supporting us currently in not only doing our research, but also in our go-to-market plans, and they are sort of our anchor when it comes to the New York City and the Long Island market. That will be followed by a talk by Dr. Selva who is the president of Amity University. He'll be talking about the research potential in natural healthcare, which is a little bit of a more broader view compared to just yoga. So we are hoping to hear from him. He is a very experienced researcher who has been working in this field for many decades now. That will be followed by a talk by Dr. Lowenthal. She will be talking to us about the research evidence available today when it comes to the yoga's role in addressing falls or other physical issues, or frailty as she calls it. That will be followed by a quick talk by Dr. Richard Fletcher, who is from MIT's Mobility Lab. He will be talking about the role of technology in yoga, how people are utilizing it, what are the potentials of it, and how does he sees the role of technology going forward in promoting yoga and other related interventions. We'll take a small lunch break after that, and then that will be followed by the schedule for the post-lunch, which will include a talk on mental health issues related to old age by Dr. Rosenthal, followed by another talk by Professor Levetsky on research on yoga for mental health issues. And that will be followed by a couple of specific discussions and talks on sort of integrating it all together and talking about where yoga therapy stands today in the modern healthcare. What are the challenges? How do we promote it to become more and more mainstream? That will be led by Elisa Vostrel, who is the executive director of IAYT, the International Association of Yoga Therapists, followed by the roundtable discussion, and then we will close it with some closing remarks. So that's what the day is going to look like. If anybody has any questions, I would be happy to answer those. Otherwise, we can just move forward with our schedule. Any comments, Ramkiji or Dr. Khalsa? Good. Okay.
Good.
Awesome. So I'll just take probably about just quickly 10 minutes to talk about what Vayu Shakti is focusing on currently and what our plans what are our plans for bringing these kind of events. This conference obviously is a whole day affair, but we plan to continue bringing more such events for you guys to delve deeper into yoga, but primarily the research and the evidence-backed yoga, and as we like to call it, the medical yoga or the yoga therapy. In terms of Vayu Shakti, our primary focus currently is in terms of the delivery is on elder care. This is demography which we believe is primed for interventions, especially when it comes to alternative naturopathy, self-healing methodologies. We have been focusing on this area for almost like 2 years now. We have a lot of experience in working with multiple older adult establishments, whether these are in the form of what are called as the older adult centers or the social centers, where elders come in the morning, they go back either in the afternoon or late in the evening, and there are multiple activities planned for them, and we have been delivering yoga services to them in those settings. We have also worked with assisted living communities. We have worked with NORCs. We have worked with medical establishments like hospitals, nursing homes, right? So we have been delivering our services and have been discussing the modalities of providing yoga therapy services or more medical yoga services to these establishments where the elders come and can benefit from these services. So that's our focus. There is, as you will listen to different researchers and clinicians over the course of the day, there is still a lot of research that is needed in this area, and we are collaborating with universities, with researchers to further that cause, as we also try and commercialize those research activities and take them to the end users. In terms of the process, how we are trying to do that, this is just a representation of what we are doing, but the goal is to create multiple pilot programs in collaboration with medical establishments and senior citizen centers, measure their data, create certain goals, measure the data towards those goals, see what worked, what did not work, go back to the table, tweak the protocols, tweak the program, and then redo it over and over again. And hopefully over a period of next couple of years, we can not only show that these programs are effective and they work, but we can also refine these programs to create protocols which are very, very effective. One of the key things that we are focusing on is that when we look at the health of a senior citizen, we are not looking at it only from a physical health standpoint. We are looking at it across the 5 dimensions of health, as we call it, spanning across physical, emotional, mental, social, and even spiritual well-being, right? So the data that we are collecting, relates to all of these different dimensions, and the protocols that we are developing also relate to all of these 5 different dimensions. In terms of the results that we are hoping to get out of these, obviously you are making an attempt to ensure that while your senior citizens, your older adults are around, they live a fulfilling life, they live a purposeful life, they live a happy life, and they are not just counting their days, but they are actually contributing towards themselves and towards the society. So to do that, obviously they have to have a good physical health. So flexibility, mobility, is very important. They need to at least moderate the disabilities or the pains that they have, enhance immunity, reduce anxiety or stress, which is very, very important, and then a sense of security and confidence that allows them to go out there and be functional, be active in the environment where they are living. In terms of our service model, R&D is a huge component of our service model. We bring in the protocols based on the scripts, as we call them, or the manuscripts, which form the basis of all the traditional information and traditional knowledge of yoga. We validate that with scientific evidence. We create our protocols based on that. As I already talked about, we are looking to create multiple trials. They may not at this point be strictly, in the clinical trials, in the sense that they are, they conform to all the rigors of a clinical trial, but they are more of a pilot studies at this point. We do want to upgrade them to become a full-fledged clinical trials, and we bring that information in collaboration with researchers and physicians and practitioners in the form of conferences and publications like what we are doing right now. The product development aspect is obviously, a lot about developing these protocols and creating packages. The service delivery is through certified yoga therapists, and we are again collaborating with multiple organizations, including our own parent organization, which is Vayu University and SVASA. But we are also collaborating with IDY, we are collaborating with the Yoga Bharati, and we are collaborating with multiple other such institutions, which are either in the field of practicing yoga and delivering the services, or teaching yoga, therefore creating more yoga teachers and yoga therapists, or doing research. So all three flavors we are working with them. And obviously, as I said, you'll be listening to Dr. Richard Fisher as well, the role of technology when it comes to yoga, and that is one of the aspects of the analytics, where we are working with multiple companies which are focusing on utilization of technology in the space of yoga, and that ranges from diagnostics to monitoring to reporting, and even to supporting in performing your yoga practices in as flawless or as close to the recommended practices as possible. So that's our focus, really. All of these components require research, they require tweaking, and they require a close feedback loop where we monitor, report on what we are doing, we figure out what is working, what is not working, and then we go back and redo our protocols and our products. So that's the journey that we are into, and that is what is shown here in this closed feedback loop circle that you see here on your slide. So with that, I will take a pause over here. I will just quickly add that this conference that you are attending today is just one of the steps that we are taking in this direction. We have already started planning for multiple smaller webinars, that can range anywhere between 1 hour to 2 hours. You will see those notifications coming out into your mailboxes in next few weeks. So please stay tuned. We will be taking the learnings from this conference and applying that to bring many more such small events for you over the next few months. So with that, I'll take a pause and I'll invite if there are any questions. All right, looks like not. So with that, Ramgiji, I'll hand it over to you, to talk about the health trends as it comes to all adults in the marketplace.
Can you please allow me to?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
When you can see my screen, please let me know.
Yes. We can see it, yes.
Thank you. Once again, good morning. I see a couple of them coming from Europe. So good afternoon and good evening. As a co-founder with Saurav, it's my honor to welcome one and all of you who are present here today. And most of them we anticipate would be watching this live, post live subsequently. Thank you for being here and welcome. In the yoga fashion, let me say namaste. The assignment for me today, what Saurav has given is, talk about the trends of healthcare in older adults. I want to start with a very positive note. We all know him. The one who received the International Prize for Statistics 2023, that's his current year, is Dr. C.R. Rao. This award is equivalent to Nobel Prize. Many of you may also know about his history. He retired from a very prestigious, department in India and came to United States to take care of his grandchildren and to support his kith and kin. And just walked into the university, joined the department because he is very good with mathematics, particularly statistics. Technically speaking, he started his second innings of his life. Probably he would have worked for 30, 35 years during his first innings. In the second innings, he is continuing to work. He is 103 today. He'll be 104 on 10th of September. Just a few months away. He's a poster boy. He's a standing live example of what an older adult represent. He sets the benchmark. Some of our speakers today are on the track or even beyond. I don't want to put flowers, with Dr. Khalsa here around. He's one such example who is setting standards, which we derive a lot of energy from. We feel very blessed to have him as our advisor, who is constantly looking out for us, and he has so much of experience. He shares a wisdom with us and he guides us. Don't do this, no problem. Take your own time, do it nicely, don't rush up. The kind of advice that we get from him, and that's what we want. That's what we want from seniors. Okay. Having said that, as Saurav said, our aim is to create the environment, the ambience for creating or engaging seniors in that particular journey or path. Talking about trends, the seniors are already a substantial portion. I want to put one important message here. The data that I'll be presenting are predominantly US data. I'm not going into the global data. We are a substantial portion in the United States of older adults. And it's going to grow steadily. With our social security system in place, with Medicaid, Medicare, all those government supported programs, there's a huge liability on the economy to support the older adults. Sorry, there's a small disturbance. This is one part. The second parameter is 50 years back, people, lived on an average about under 60. Today, we are going closer to 80. But people necessarily retire between 60 and 65 statistically and start enjoying their benefits. Which means there's a lot of money being spent to take care of the older adults. And with longevity increasing, more number of years, more amount of expenses, which means there's a higher burden on those people who are economic generators, the so-called working community and the business community. This trend is likely to continue. Not only in the United States, it's going to be across the world. Engaging older adults for a productive purpose is receiving a lot of resistance. We know what has happened recently when France attempted to increase the retirement age to a higher level, and it is applicable across the world. And there is a very strong feeling of, I have worked for 40 years, I want to enjoy the next few years left when I'm in a healthy state. So I want to go on a cruise line, I want to go there, I want to go here, and I want to have all the fun that I want to have. There is nothing wrong in that particular feeling. Here I want to take a small deviation. I'm going to share some information which is behind this data. The data represents the quantitative figures, but there are many qualitative parameters. That is equally important. I personally, for the last few years, have been associated with emergency medical services. Predominantly, it is ambulance service, both, acute, chronic situations. Most of the time, it's older adults having some kind of an emergency, taking them to hospital. 2 people or minimum 2 people. One person is definitely a person who is driving the ambulance. The other person is the so-called technician, which I happen to be the technician. And we are supposed to be interacting, or rather with the patients during the journey. Saurav, do I have another 10 minutes?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm just keeping the clock in front so that I don't get lost. Probably about 2,000 patients I have interacted. I would say close to about 30% of them had a fall, a slip, gait, unsteady walk. 80% of them have comorbidity situations, predominantly type 2 diabetes or diabetes, hypertension. 60% of them have some kind of a psychiatric medication. 80% of them feel depressed. As part of my job, supposed to fill about 3.5 pages of documentation, involves allergies, the kind of diseases they have had, what is their medications they are taking, what is their current vitals. One thing is for sure, that the health per se for older adults, as Saurav said, not only physically, mentally, emotionally, are in a weak state. Big challenge. On the other side, We have people like Dr. Rao, we have quite a few big names who are older adults who are continuing to be. So we have a very matured, experienced lot of people. With 20% on average, we are looking about 60 million people available for us. And if they are turned into assets instead of liabilities, that is what the elder care of Vayu Shakti is focused on. Okay. Few aspects, as Saurav said, as elder care, we do individual programs and group programs. We also focus on care for the caregivers. I'm going to talk about care for the caregivers. Today, how is our caregiving system? Technically speaking, the ideal situation is the son or the daughter should take care of the older adult. The older adult in turn should take care of the grandchildren and transfer the knowledge, the wisdom that they have had, so that it's a chain, so it's a mutually beneficial ecosystem. Happens in many places, but in a lot of places, the children outsource the activity of parental care to external agencies. A number of them are coming up in a very big fashion. Some of them are extremely good, the top rung. They charge the upwards of $10,000 per month. Very good. But a vast majority of them can't afford it. The New Jersey average is $6,850. Unaffordable. It's a breeding ground for mental health issues. You have a fall, you go to a hospital discharges you, puts you in one of these places. A fall can create a blood clot. Blood clot can go into either heart or go into the head, can create a stroke. Again, you go back. So it's a continuous loop. When you go there, even if you're a normal person, because of the care that you get from the caregivers, I want to take a deviation and come back. The caregivers are again an outsourced activity from the centers. And these people are typically temporary workers paid less than $20 per hour. Have limited knowledge on how to care for them. And unfortunately, most of them are very busy looking at videos in their cell phone, not really caring. So in many centers when I go, the older adults actually cry for help. They are in pain. Some of them are actually lying on their own urinals or feces. The place will be stinking. Caregivers are very busy watching their electronics. They are tired. That's the state of affairs. Caregivers themselves need care. They're providing care for the older adults, creating a mental health. So when they go to the doctor and tell them that they are feeling very low, they are branded mental health patients and they are giving psychotic drugs. It's a whole cycle of ecosystem. What are we trying to do attempting to do? Yoga is a very good tool, not only for physical health, it is also a very good tool for mental health, also emotional health, social health. We put all these components together in the solution that we offer. If somebody calls us just for a yoga teaching, like a yoga teacher for 45 minutes, we avoid going there. We want to be engaged with an institution for a longer time to make this difference to those organizations. Are we being received? The answer is yes. We also go and share our knowledge with behavioral health establishments. Very good reception. People who have challenges with substance, they see a huge difference in themselves. That's another journey. Helping people come out of the substance dependence and become a valuable citizen in the community and the society. They can be trained in some of these skills and be, effective. That's another area we are looking at. To conclude, we have a good population, close to about 60 million people, available for us as experienced, matured pool of resources. They need to be cared for. They need to be treated with dignity. Their demands are very, very low. Very low. All that we need to do is give them a feeling that they are cared for. Quite often when I am traveling, when I talk to them nicely, they feel so nice about it. Oh, we need people, of this particular nature in this profession. The feel of touch, the feel of care. Sometimes I interact with patients who are not even there. When I go and pick up somebody come across, I say to them, hi, good morning, how are you? I wish them happy Father's Day or happy Mother's Day. Or yesterday I told some people that, happy Juneteenth Day. They were, so happy to hear such words. It makes a lot of difference. That is what Vayu Shakti is focused on. That is what the adult care is focused on. Thank you for your participation. Thank you. Over to you, Saroji.
Thanks a lot. This was very enlightening, I think. I would again invite if anybody has any questions. And while we are waiting for questions from the audience, could I also request you, Amkeji, to just talk a little bit about, more about your personal experience as you talked about, visiting these older adult centers. I think that's pretty intriguing. And I personally would request you to just talk a little bit more about that. What are you seeing, when you go to these older adult centers? We have also been to some, daycare kind of places. How do you compare the ones which are residential, where people are living 24/7, vis-a-vis where people are coming in just for the day and then they go back?
See, thanks for, first of all, this question. The so-called older adult care is a spectrum. The policy makers, the government, the establishments have thought through thoroughly, and they have done a fabulous job. Okay, as it applies in any system, there is a gap between what is being decided at the policy and what is being rolled out at the bottom. The policy makers assign their job to large corporations. Large corporations, negotiate and they assign the job to someone else and someone else. There are too many people in between. And when it comes to the final person who is delivering the service, they are picked up, who are literally speaking unemployed, unemployable. They become certified nurse assistants, CNAs. They are the people who are rendering services. And they have limited knowledge about quality of service. And they are not, to be very frank, being very indecent in terms of language. They are not there to stand and clean the shit. That is their job. Okay. In terms of giving an emotional care, in terms of giving us social care and things like that, it is not really there. Though If you go to any center, they will have a board, they will have a monthly activity, they will have items, they will have once or twice a week yoga. It's a 45-minute session. Oh, our seniors cannot do yoga for more than 45 minutes. For them, yoga is asana. Of the, Ashtanga yoga, let us take, assuming that there is only, we are considering Ashtanga yoga. Only asana is only one component. 7 components are mental health related. And they don't understand. So there's quite an amount of education, we have the responsibility of doing, and we can do it. If this is brought into the game, we tried it in few places, as you know, we tried it in number of establishments. It makes a lot of difference. Okay, this change is necessary. People are understanding. Today, you cannot see an older adult center where yoga is part of this checklist. They have got to tick it. But the yoga being delivered to the seniors comes under entertainment activity. It is not part of the healthcare activity. The education and the method of delivery is something that is missing. So if we are able to educate the caregivers, train them on it, feel for it, the transformation can happen. It's a long journey, sometimes considered theoretical. If we can get rid of cigarettes from anywhere and everywhere in the last 30 years or 25 years, I think this transformation can also happen. 20 years back, hardly in this country there was yoga. Today, we have close to about 50-60 million people who are doing yoga. Dr. Khalsa will be sharing this information in the next few minutes. So this is in for a good change. It's a very, very positive development. We need poster boys like, Dr. Rao or, quite a number of people who are present here.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting. Yeah, that you talked about the cigarette, and how the views have changed over the last few decades. I remember Dr. Khalsa talking about the dental hygiene and how things change around that, probably about 150 years back or something like that. But the topic that you brought up, I don't think it's the topic for this conference. So obviously, we'll not delve too deeper into it. Today we are here to talk about research, evidence, and scientific approach to yoga. But the point that you brought up about the more of an administrative aspect of it, or the policy aspect of it, is actually very, very intriguing. On the one hand, you have some really passionate people who are very passionate about helping the senior citizens, helping humanity in general, and they are trying to do their best. On the other hand, you have a need to scale it up, for the lack of better word, corporatization of these services. But the moment you start bringing that corporatization of the services, that human touch is lost, and it just becomes, like you said, a tick in the checkbox. And a lot of the people who then come into this into the servicing mix are not doing it for the passion, obviously, because it is a job for them, and they might not be. So how do you solve this problem of scaling it up, providing it to as many people, the services to as many people as possible, while keeping the human touch alive, while keeping the passion alive, while probably even find some way of finding the right people to fill those roles? I think is a very very difficult problem to solve, but it's a problem that should be solved.
I'll give you one simple answer, Saurav. Only one obstacle that we need to cross. Only one simple obstacle. Okay. Like, quite often when I read these reports, medical reports, it says unexplained morbidity. They specify, a morbidity. Also has one more term. Insurance pays for it. Long-term active use of insulin, Z4.09 or something like that. I don't remember the code.
The exact code, yeah.
Yeah, same thing applies to a lot of medicine. If we are able to create an insurance code for yoga services. That's it.
Yeah.
There is somebody to pay the bill. Within a matter of a decade, at least 20 million older adults will become active. And they, in fact, will completely, with their knowledge and wisdom, will transform not only this country, across the world. That's inevitable, will happen.
Fair
So
point.
one small barrier to cross, that is mainstreaming yoga therapy. Basically, insurance company paying for the yoga therapy.
Fair point. And we'll be talking more about it with Elisa Vostral, later in the day. Yeah, I don't want to hog the complete, time for the Q&A. So, anybody, if you guys have any questions, please feel free to unmute yourself and ask the questions, or you can put your questions in the chat. We'll try and answer those.
Ramki, with your experience in many of these elder care centers, what would you say, based upon your impression, would be the percentage of these centers that actually have yoga offered?
Literally all the 100% of them, percentage of them, provide yoga. Most of the yoga teachers who are providing yoga are RYT 200. From that perspective, Yoga Alliance has done a decent job. And but those are predominantly upcoming kids. Probably they are trainees as well. They understand chair yoga better, and they conduct chair yoga. But they don't know what is actually running in the minds of the people. So there is a challenge in terms of treating yoga as yoga. They consider yoga as asana. So their understanding is 1 in 16. But there are some very specialized high-end centers. They use yoga therapies. Oh, they belong to a different league. Okay. And they are very dynamic, healthy. They play golf, they enjoy life, they communicate, they contribute. They are sitting on the boards of hospitals, education institutions, and things like that. But they live. They live as a family, as husband and wife, as boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever it is in their relationship. And they belong to the segment that we are talking about. And they are into the real yoga, where they practice pratyahara, where they practice meditation, mindfulness. It's a different league, both the segments. Hope I answered your questions, Dr. Khalsa.
All right, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I think that's what I have seen as well in my field outreach. Most of the organizations do have yoga available. What do they do in there? Obviously varies. Some of them take it very seriously, but invariably, when I talk to the administrators and ask them where is the budget for the yoga coming from, the answer mostly is recreational. So hardly anybody it says that it is coming from the nursing budget or from some other kind of a budget head. I would say 99.99%. I've not heard anything other than recreational. So that is definitely something which has to be crossed over. All right. So if there are no more questions, I think drum rolls, please. We'll move to the highlight of the day. Dr. Khalsa's talk on the research evidence for yoga for elder care. Thank you, Dr. Khalsa.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So are you ready for me to start?
We are, yes.
Okay, very good. Welcome everyone. My name is Satbir Khalsa. I am an associate professor of medicine at Harvard Medical School. And over the past 20 years, I've been doing research on yoga full-time. And I also work closely with a number of organizations, integrated medicine organizations, such as the International Association of Yoga Therapists. So the title of my presentation is the scientific rationale and research evidence that that supports the relevance of yoga for elders and elder care. And before I go into sort of the details on the elderly, I think it's important to make some introductory comments about yoga. Yoga is becoming very popular, and as a consequence, there's a lot of diversification in what is being offered as yoga. As has been mentioned by Ramki, a lot of yoga that's taught is basically just the physical postures and exercises, or the so-called asanas. However, what we know about traditional yoga is that it is much more than that. It is, of course, these physical postures and exercises, some of which you see displayed in this slide. However, other very important components of yoga are the breathing techniques, particularly slow breathing practice, so the pranayama practices, the inculcation of deep relaxation, and very importantly, meditation and or mindfulness. And for those of us who are scholars and academics, we understand that historical yoga is really focused largely on meditation, and it can be argued that meditation is perhaps one of the most important components, and that the physical components are really there to support that meditative component. Nevertheless, the kind of yoga that we see in research, and that is conducted by people who are knowledgeable about traditional yoga, incorporates at least these 4 components. And so that is essentially my working definition of yoga for this talk. And as I say, it is typically the type of yoga that is applied in research settings. Now, of course, those postures and exercises that I just showed you on the previous slide are not the kinds of things that perhaps that the elderly can do. Of course, there are fit elderly individuals, as shown in this slide. However, what is typically taught in populations who have limited mobility or flexibility is an adaptation of yoga, which is typically referred to as chair yoga. And this makes the practices much more amenable to populations with limited capacity or even vulnerabilities. And chair yoga does incorporate most of those 4 characteristics. Certainly, it is very easy to apply the breathing techniques, the relaxation and the meditation without restriction. And what we adapt mostly is the physical postures and exercises, hence the name chair yoga, that performs supportive environments so people can still incorporate the physical component of yoga practice. Now, this has become a very popular area, as witnessed by a number of books that are available that have shown this adaptation of chair yoga for individuals who are either have a disease or are elderly or otherwise have limitations in their physical mobility or flexibility. Now, yoga has become very popular, and in fact, these are statistics from our National Health Interview Survey, a federal survey that's conducted in the United States. Every 5 years, they do statistics on integrative medicine practices, including yoga. So these are the statistics on the adult practice of yoga. The question that's been asked in these surveys is, have you practiced yoga within the past year? And what you can see is that in 2017, this is 14.3% of the population. Now, this is a highly significant fraction of the population, and from an epidemiological or sociological perspective, this represents really a major movement in modern society. It's really become part of American culture with this percentage of people familiar with and practicing yoga. The other thing that's really remarkable in these statistics is the trend. You can see this increase from 6% to 9.5. That's a 50% increase. Another increase from 9.5 to almost 15. That's another 50% increase. And that's basically a doubling from 2007 to 2017. And if this trend continues, and we are expecting the results from the 2022 survey this month or next month, if this trend continues, then we would expect somewhere around 20% of the population is practicing yoga. So this is a major movement in the culture. Now, unfortunately, the statistics in this really have a demographic skew. And that demographic skew favors younger practitioners, it favors women, it favors whites, and it favors those with higher education, higher socioeconomic status. So unfortunately, the percentage of individuals who are not in that prime demographic, the percentage is significantly lower. Looking at the elderly, specifically for 2017, you can see that the statistics really are dominated by those aged 18 to 44 and those aged 45 to 64. When we look at those aged 65 and over, that's 6.7 of that population percent are practicing yoga. When we look over time, this has been reviewed in this paper by my colleague, Holger Kramer's team. What you can see is the trends over the years in terms of the weighted percentage over time. And what you can see reflected in all of these statistics, regardless of age, is an increase. So you can see that those aged 18 to 29 have gone from 6% to 19%, from 30 to 39 to 7% to 18%. 40 to 49 has gone from 5% to 15%. This looks roughly like a threefold increase between 2002 and 2017. When you look at those that are 65 and older, you can see it going from 1.8 to 8.6. That's a fourfold increase. So that's actually a larger increase in terms of the multiples than we see in the younger ages. And when you look at 75 plus, it's gone from 0.2% to 3.7%. So that's well over a tenfold increase from 2002. So these statistics would suggest that the percentage of elderly practicing yoga is accelerating a little bit more rapidly than other age groups. Another survey which is done recently, this is done out of the University of Michigan, and these are statistics from 2022. They found that 24% of elderly, and this is age 50 to 80, were found to be practicing yoga. And from this report in January and February 2022, the University of Michigan National Poll on Healthy Aging asked a national sample of adults of age 50 to 80 about their interest in and experiences with integrative medicine strategies. The main reasons for using yoga were relaxation, 32% reported that reason, and addressing physical symptoms, 28% recorded that. So I now want to turn to an understanding of the psychophysiology of yoga. How does yoga work on the mind and on the body, and what is the research evidence for the effects of yoga when we do practice it? And this is a growing area of research. And one of the manifestations of that is the publication of so-called review papers or meta-analyses. These papers summarize the research that's been done on yoga and give the reader an opportunity to see what has been accomplished in the research, what are the major trends, what are the major findings, what are the mechanisms that we're starting to see are affected by yoga practice. And this slide shows a number of review papers looking at this kind of basic psychophysiological research. This paper here, published in 2022, How Does Yoga Practice and Therapy Yield Psychological Benefits? A review and model of transdiagnostic processes. In this paper here in 2019, what are the known effects of yoga on the brain in relation to motor performances, body awareness and pain, a narrative review. This paper on how yoga reduces stress. This paper on yoga and immune system functioning. This paper on neurophysiological and neurocognitive mechanisms. Stress again, and at the bottom, self-regulatory mechanisms of yoga for psychological health. We have also reviewed this in a chapter in our book, The Principles and Practice of Yoga in Healthcare. And this is a chapter on the research on psychophysiology of yoga. This textbook drew together, this is a medical textbook essentially, it's an edited medical textbook contributed to by 60 researchers internationally, which really represents a significant compilation of all of the research that's been done on yoga. So this logic model essentially summarizes the research that's been done on the psychophysiology of yoga practices. And I want to go through this model because it really summarizes this fairly effectively what we know about the biomedical science behind how yoga works. So as I noted in my very beginning slide, yoga is not just asanas. We're talking about these four major components, which you see typically in traditional yoga practices: postures, breathing, relaxation, and meditation. Now, of course, many individuals will go beyond these 4 practices into what we might call a yoga lifestyle, in which they make dietary modifications. They begin a number of different types of yoga-related practices as well. But these are the 4 basic practices that we see certainly in research and in traditional yoga classes that are taught in the general population. And what we know is that each one of these practices by itself, alone, or in some combination with respect to a yoga intervention, yield improvements on the physical level. And this box I'm referring to as a physical fitness, if you will. And we're looking at documented and research demonstrated improvements in things like physical flexibility, physical strength, coordination, balance, and respiratory function. And what we know about these practices is that these types of exercises, these types of asanas are much more focused on flexibility, on isometric holding of exercises, on subtle, slow movements, on balancing postures. And they have a different effect than traditional Western aerobic exercises do. In fact, I think the research will start to show that these types of physical exercises through the mind-body connection tend to be more conducive to changes in psychological state and physical well-being. And with these practices over time, that leads to a self-efficacy with more confidence in bodily movement, in bodily flexibility, and in body sensation, which leads to a psychological self-efficacy, if you will. Now, it's also through each one of these practices by itself, alone, which there is evidence for, or together in some combination in yoga, that we see increases in the major construct underlying both yoga and mind-body medicine as a field altogether. And that is the construct of self-regulation of internal state. The ability through these practices to be able to make modifications of internal functioning, both psychological and physical, that improve our functioning overall. And I would argue that the most important improvements in self-regulation that occur very, very quickly with yoga practice are improvements in stress regulation and improvements in emotion regulation. And with regular practice over time, this leads to the development of a skill set, of a state. And that state includes an improvement in resilience and tolerance to stress, an improvement in emotional equanimity. And this then leads to an overall psychological, emotional self-efficacy. People can become more confident, more competent. They are able to manage their day-to-day lives more effectively. They start to go from negative mood states that include things like depression, anxiety, and chronic stress to more positive psychological states in which they're experiencing positive psychological traits like gratitude, self-compassion, happiness, etc. Now, it is primarily through the meditative component in the yoga practice that we see improvements in what we call mind-body awareness. This term is now also very popularly known as mindfulness. And this comes from the engagement of the attention networks in the brain. And this is what meditation is. The most simple definition of meditation is the relaxed, non-analytical focus of attention. Now, different meditation styles differ in terms of what is being attended to. So in single point focus or concentrated meditation, which is commonly practiced in yoga, the focus of attention is on the breath, on a mantra, on a word or phrase, etc. Other forms of meditation, such as mindfulness meditation, will focus on the flow of sensation or the flow of thought. Other types of meditation, such as guided imagery, will focus on some kind of imagery, for example, sitting on the beach, the clouds in the sky, etc. In all cases, these meditative practices share in common this focus of attention, the engagement of the attention networks of the brain. And as you do this consistently over time, you start to improve the functioning of these attention networks in the brain. Of course, the attention networks of the brain are absolutely essential for things like cognition, concentration. And as these practices are done regularly, these meditative practices are done regularly over time, typically over weeks and months of practice, individuals will come to experience a state we call metacognition. This is a realization that one is not one's thoughts, that in fact, because you are able to self-regulate your thought processes, you are not your thoughts. You have this sort of a capacity to change your reactivity to your own thought processes. And this is a very important state and a very important realization and transformation. In fact, metacognition is the central construct that underlies the most powerful and universal form of psychotherapy today, which is called cognitive behavioral therapy. And the importance of this is that in many mental health conditions, or certainly in mental state, the thought process that we experience, for example, in depression or anxiety, the thoughts that we have in those disorders are not just a symptom of the disease, they are actually an integral part of the mechanism of the disease. So if you're capable of changing those thought processes, changing your relationship to those thought processes, you can actually change the severity of the disorder. And so this is very important because that tells us that yoga and meditation practices have the capability over time of effectively improving the symptoms of many mental health conditions. Finally, the last component here is a box that I'm calling spirituality. And what many people report, and typically over a longer term of regular practice, and now we're talking about things like months and years of regular practice, people start to report a transformation. This transformation is often verbalized as something along the lines of yoga changed my life. And what they're talking about is a sort of a really global reorientation of their perspective on life. It's a change in life meaning and purpose. It's a change in life goals. It's a change in the relationship of themselves to their own lives, to the lives around them, and to their future. And this, I believe, comes from the induction of these deep unitive states, typically during the meditation part of yoga practice, in which people experience this very profound unitive state of consciousness, feeling and experiencing everything as one. There's a sense of timelessness, there's a sense of flow, there's a sense of unity. And these experiences are so profound and so different from ordinary everyday waking states of consciousness that they lead to this transformation and this improvement in life meaning and purpose. And what will often happen is people will transition from materialistic goals in life, from achievement of what is now most popular in society, which is wealth, prosperity, fame, power, to more spiritual goals in life in terms of serving others, in terms of working on oneself to grow internally and spiritually. So this is a very powerful component. And of course, spirituality, although it is not a major component of modern medicine, has been recognized as something that is very important. It is important in life, not just to fix the things that are bad and bring our psychological and physical functioning to normality, but to make ourselves better human beings through these deeper states and experiences. Now, one thing you can see in this model is that we're making changes across a broad spectrum of functioning, from the gross level of fitness all the way to the most powerful and deep experiences that humans can experience. These arrows between the boxes are really there to tell us that all of these constructs are interactive with each other. Although I've put them into separate boxes for understanding purposes, we know that all of these things are very much interactive. We can also look at these boxes from the perspective of the research that supports them. So there's very, very strong objective research that really tells us about these improvements in physical functioning with yoga practices. These studies measure in terms of degrees of motion, in terms of inches of flexibility, et cetera. So this is very strong, and many studies have really documented this improvement in physical functioning and in respiratory functioning with the postures and the pranayama practices. What we've seen over the past 2 to 3 decades is an enormous advance in the understanding of self-regulation of internal state, particularly stress and emotion, and the increases in mind-body awareness and mindfulness. And this has come from very powerful research that has used techniques such as neuroimaging, brain scanning techniques, molecular biological techniques to look at the expression of our genes, how our gene activity is changed by these practices with respect to functions that include stress and emotion regulation, and change in the attention networks in the brain, and also through biochemical strategies in which we can document the improvements in stress hormone regulation and other neurotransmitters. So this is really allowing us to gain an understanding of how these practices are working in both the central and the autonomic nervous system to improve our functioning overall. And these kinds of changes are the most important changes with respect to the efficacy of yoga in treating many medical conditions, both physical non-communicable diseases, lifestyle chronic diseases such as cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes, obesity, hypertension, and then also this epidemic and chronic burden of stress, as well as mood disturbances, including things like depression and anxiety. And then finally, in terms of research, the minimum amount of research has been done really in the spirituality category. However, the research that has been done has really been demonstrating preliminary evidence that that these changes can happen in individuals in as short as just a few months. And it is possible to do this research. And we look forward in future, as this research becomes more popular, to more data and more evidence showing these improvements in spirituality. So in summary, with respect to this logic model, we're seeing changes with yoga practice over time in global human functionality. And that is from the gross level of physical and mental health and physical performance to the deeper and more important skills and states and experiences of stress and emotion regulation, awareness and mindfulness, and the induction is this very important state of metacognition. And then finally, we see ultimately changes in the deeper states and positive psychological experiences, including positive behaviors, improvements in well-being, improvements in life values, life purpose and meaning, and what we can refer to as sort of pure spirituality, the induction of these deeper states. Now, let's turn our attention to the elderly. And of course, elderly basically are individuals who are aging. And as we know, with every organism on the planet, as an organism ages, it becomes more fragile, it becomes more frail, and there are a number of consequences to that deterioration over time. And there's a long list of aging consequences and challenges for elderly individuals. And that's represented globally as a diminution in most psychological and physical functioning. Specifically a decline in brain function and structure, which is manifested as a risk for cognitive decline, memory deterioration, which in some cases can lead to dementia or Alzheimer's, and also deterioration in mood state and psychological emotional functioning with disorders such as depression and anxiety, and the elderly at more risk for those disorders. We see bone shrinkage in size and density, which leads to the risk of fracture, especially with respect to falls. That's further exacerbated by loss of muscle strength and endurance and flexibility, which also contributes to this risk of falls and a reduction in control of balance. Cardiovascular-wise, there's a stiffening of blood vessels and arteries, which increases the risks of hypertension and cardiovascular diseases. There is reduced immune function, which increases the risk for contracting infectious diseases. And we also know that this can contribute to the induction of cancer. There is definitely weakened sleep integrity. Individuals are less capable of sleeping through any kind of disturbance. And of course, these disturbances can include the symptoms from all of these types of disorders, which can then exacerbate a problem with sleep. And that, of course, means a risk for developing insomnia. There are structural changes in many different physical functions in the body, including the intestines, the bladder, and the prostate. There's a higher risk, therefore, for constipation, weakened and/or frequent urination, and even incontinence. There's also other declines in vision, in hearing, in skin integrity, sexual health, and in metabolism. And in fact, there's also a potential for an overall increase in stress and a decline in well-being and quality of life. So this is a long list, but if you recall the logic model and the scope of changes that take place with yoga practice, I think you can see that there's a very good match with the benefits that we see with yoga practice and the ability to counter some of these declines that occur with aging. So we know that in reducing stress, for example, that is one of the biggest factors that reduces immune function. It's also one of the biggest factors that impairs sleep in terms of developing insomnia. Chronic stress is also the biggest factor that is a risk factor for the development of depression. So we know that stress cuts across virtually all of these functions in a negative way. We know that the reduction in physical activity is responsible for things like muscle strength and bone shrinkage. And so these physical practices in yoga can contribute to maintenance of physical functioning. So there's a lot of factors that are in yoga practice and outcomes that come out as a result of yoga practice that can counter many of these symptoms. And so that is really the rationale for why yoga has a real potential benefit for the elderly. And we have now a growing body of research that has been studying the use of yoga in clinical interventions for the elderly. In our medical textbook, The Principles and Practice of Yoga in Healthcare, we have a full chapter on the research summarizing yoga therapy results in geriatrics in yoga for the elderly. And I just want to share with you just some of the reviews that have covered some of these areas of research on the elderly with respect to yoga interventions. So with respect to the physical functioning and that fitness, this is a review published some time ago in 2014 in which they looked at studies that were looking at yoga and other mind-body practices as Tai Chi. They concluded in this paper that yoga was as effective as Tai Chi in standard balance training for improving postural stability and may offer an alternative to more traditional programs. In this paper in 2016, they concluded, and this was results from a randomized controlled trial. Overall, we observed significant time effects for each of the balance, flexibility, strength, and mobility measures, indicating that both groups improved and Hatha Yoga was just as effective as the conventional CDC strengthening guidelines in improving these functional fitness outcomes in community-dwelling older adults. These findings have important clinical implications as yoga may serve as an alternate form of physical activity for individuals who may be unable to perform stretching and strengthening exercises using resistance bands or free weights. The gentle and modifiable nature of practically all Hatha Yoga postures promises to be a well-received, safe, and enjoyable exercise that is easy to adopt and maintain for older adults. And this is a systematic review and analysis that was published in 2016. This review provides preliminary evidence that balance and mobility can be safely improved with participation in yoga by people aged 60 and over. Physical yoga warrants investigation as a potential intervention to prevent falls in older age. And this paper in 2019, yoga interventions improve multiple physical function and health-related quality of life outcomes in this population. This study provides robust evidence for promoting yoga and physical activity guidelines for older adults as a multimodal activity that improves aspects of fitness like strength, balance, and flexibility, as well as mental well-being. So this is one of the virtues comparing yoga to conventional exercises that we do see typically with yoga practices, this improvement in mental and emotional functioning. Turning the attention to cognition in the elderly, this cartoon reads, "My memory is so bad. How bad is it? How bad is what?" And of course, it is common for cognitive decline and memory decline to some degree in even the healthy population, but of course, in many patients, this becomes really problematic. as it may lead to ultimately pre-dementia, ultimately then dementia, and possibly even Alzheimer's. This is a review paper on mind-body therapies for late life mental and cognitive health. And what they found was a growing body of research supports the use of mind-body therapies as minimally invasive and effective approaches for the management of late life mood and cognitive disorders. So it's not just cognitive decline, but also emotional functioning. This is specifically a review on cognitive performance in the elderly, published recently in 2018. A relatively large number of studies with fair to good methodological quality have been conducted to evaluate the efficacy of mind-body exercise on cognitive functions among elderly. The findings from this review generally suggest that mind-body exercise could be safe and effective in enhancing cognitive function for people aged 60 years or older. And then finally turning to mental health, which includes many of the psychiatric conditions. This paper in 2011 in our International Journal of Yoga Therapy really sort of summarized the psychological benefits of yoga practice for older adults, really again providing this rationale, showing what I've shown in the slide about the list of challenges that the elderly face, showing increased ability to maintain activities of daily living, increased self-efficacy for activities of daily living, reduced levels of stress, anxiety, anger, depression, increased self-control, self-regulation over thoughts and emotions, improved sleep quality, reduced levels of pain, and there is a good body of research that's now starting to show that, that yoga is effective for pain regulation. And then finally, on the deeper level, the opportunity for self-reflection and spiritual inquiry. This is a systematic review of randomized controlled trials that was published in 2018. What this figure is it's called a forest plot. It looks at multiple studies that were conducted in terms of recording of health-related quality of life metric. And anything that is to the right of this solid center 0 line is showing efficacy that favors the yoga intervention in that research study. And you can see virtually all of the studies are typically towards the right, and the average here shows that overall these studies favor yoga in its efficacy for mental well-being. This paper in 2017 looked at various health-related problems. Regular practice of yoga can be considered as an effective intervention improving mental, reducing depression, anxiety, emotional, reducing anger, stress, tension, and self-efficacy, planes of elderly individuals, offering a better quality of sleep and quality of life. And this paper here also looks at yoga on mental well-being. Again, a forest plot showing that, again, these are all improving mental well-being. Finally, as I mentioned, virtually every physical and emotional functioning disorder has an impact negatively on sleep. And in turn, I can say with real confidence that disturbances in sleep have negative consequences for all of those, virtually every physical and emotional functioning. So sleep is really, really important, and it is something that is known to decline with aging. The prevalence of insomnia increases with age. And so this review paper, which was a systematic review and meta-analysis, looked at meditative movements in general, which of course include things like yoga and Tai Chi. And here's the list of all of the studies. These are the results that they found in terms of sleep quality. And you can see that everything to the left of this solid line favors the experimental condition. And on average, there is a positive benefit from these meditative movement practices on sleep quality. So I serve with the Yoga Alliance as the director of yoga research, and there are resources on the Yoga Alliance website that are available. We have yoga research videos, including a video that talks about the research that's been done on yoga for the elderly. We have many research webinars that are available to Yoga Alliance members, including a couple of webinars that specifically summarize in more detail than I've just presented on the research on the yoga for elderly. We also have a number of citations on the website that have been categorized into different categories, including special populations. And when you go to the special populations, one of those is the studies that have been done on elderly and aging. And you can see here a list of the review papers that have been published, looking at a summary of the research that's been done on yoga for the elderly, and then some of the critical papers that have been published that really show the effects of yoga in specific studies published in particularly strong research designs in good journals. And this is the webinar. This is the 7-minute video that is available summarizing this research on yoga for the elderly. I also work intensively with the International Association of Yoga Therapists. And of course, this is a population of individuals who have undergone additional training beyond yoga teacher training to be able to knowledgeably, safely, and effectively apply yoga as a therapeutic intervention in a wide variety of populations, of course, including the elderly. This organization accredits yoga therapy schools and training programs, which then ultimately certifies individuals as yoga therapists. This gives us confidence that these individuals are more capable of applying yoga safely and effectively to a variety of patient populations, as well as special populations such as the elderly. The organization has a trade journal called the Yoga Therapy Today, holds an annual meeting called the Symposium on Yoga Therapy and Research, which I just attended the other day. And it's a very strong organization and really is the leading organization that represents yoga therapy and argues for the implementation of yoga therapy into modern medicine. This organization has for over 25 years had a peer-reviewed journal called the International Journal of Yoga Therapy, and I am the editor-in-chief of this journal, and we do publish a number of papers that have shown positive evidence of yoga for the benefit of the elderly. The organization also supports the annual Symposium on Yoga Research, which has now been conducted for over a dozen iterations over the past 13 years, and I serve as the coordinator of the Symposium on Yoga Research, which brings together researchers who are actively involved in studying yoga. And this is an annual meeting, and the next meeting is occurring on October 16th to 18th at the Kripalu Center for Yoga and Health in Western Massachusetts. And so the virtue of this conference is to bring together these researchers to share updated information, to educate each other, to meet each other, to develop interactions, and very importantly, to develop collaborations. And this is our opportunity for advancing and moving the field forward in a very strong way. And a lot of the attendees at this conference are not necessarily researchers. We have a lot of yoga therapists who are interested in the research. And it's very important as yoga teachers and yoga therapists to actually understand the biomedical research that supports yoga, because that language is in the language of science, and that allows us to more effectively convey the importance of yoga into modern societal institutions, whether these are public schools, whether these are the healthcare system, or even in prisons, or even in elderly care centers. And so it's very important for us as a field in yoga to become familiar with the biomedical research. And I close with my favorite yoga therapy cartoon. Okay, your posture is very good. Now relax, concentrate, and slowly let go of your cell phone. So I thank you for your attention, and I am happy to answer any questions that the attendees may have.
Thank you, Dr. Khalsa. Yeah, please feel free to unmute yourself and ask questions if you have any. And while we are waiting for that, Dr. Khalsa, I did have one question. When you talked about those 4 boxes, and if I remember correctly, the flexibility, and then on the right side you had the box called spirituality, and you talked about that people start experiencing some of those things having practiced it for a long period of time. And that does remind me of a sutra in Patanjali Yoga Sutras, which talks about that you have to continue practicing it for a long time. But the question that I had for you was that in these kind of studies, am I right in assuming that spirituality was not really the focus of the practice? The focus was more worldly aspects, so to say, like, whether it is the physical or the mental or the emotional health, and then spirituality happened on its own, or was it something that was intentional in
Right.
most of?
So first of all, it's true that most of the research trials are typically clinical research trials. So we take a population of the elderly, we say, can we improve fall risk? And the outcomes are really targeted at the important features of fall risk, whether that's flexibility or gait or balance or things like that. Some studies may use secondary outcome measures such as depression, anxiety, but very few will actually look at spirituality outcomes because, of course, we're trying to focus on the most important outcomes for that particular study. However, what we do see in two other realms is that the research on other studies have shown that long-term yoga practitioners typically experience more of these spirituality states. So for example, one type of survey study that's been published recently has been asking the question to long-term yoga practitioners, what were your reasons for initially beginning yoga practice? And typically that is about 3 to 5% of the population said spirituality was a reason for their beginning of yoga practice. But then in answer to the question, what are your reasons for continuing yoga practice now? And that climbs to about 20% of yoga practitioners, suggesting that the original reasons were very sort of mundane, to get physical fitness, to get physical health. But now, after they've experienced yoga and experienced the spiritual changes, that now becomes very important to them. And we see this anecdotally as well. We see people coming to yoga for sort of very limited reasons, if you will. I want to reduce my stress. I want to improve my memory. I want to improve my balance. I want to fix my knee. So, and then what happens is that yes, a month or 2 months goes by with regular yoga practice, and they say things like, well, my knee is better, and that's great, but I'm experiencing something a little bit deeper, and that's become very, very important to me because that has really helped me and changed my life, and that is really this expression of spirituality leading to these positive psychological states.
Well, very interesting. Seemaji, do you have a question? I see a hand up.
All right. I just wanted to share, like, I've been a yoga practitioner for many years. And then I experienced a lot of stress and anxiety. I certified myself with 200 hours of yoga, and my center has got Yoga Alliance certification. Now, I've started working with, I'm not charging people. I'm just doing it for welfare to bring me blessings of people in the age group of 50 to 69, 70. We are a small group of 27 people who meditate for half an hour, and we are working on the same, meditation practices, the 4 practices that you shared with us, the breathing, relaxation, meditation, and, a little bit of asana to begin with. And believe me, it's leading everybody towards spirituality, that unity consciousness. And every day, 4 days in a week, we do it in the evening, and everybody's giving me wonderful reviews. So this is my personal experience that I'm sharing. I myself, I'm experiencing a lot of stress and anxiety, which gets lowered, with the good reviews coming from people. So it's helping me both. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and your anecdote is very common. I mean, this is really universal that people experience these kinds of improvements. I see a question. The research, the use of how do we measure mindfulness, and mindfulness is a very important construct. This experience of mind-body awareness, sometimes called in a specific case, it refers to interception. Being aware of internal state, very subtle changes internally, both psychologically and physically. And mindfulness is typically measured with a questionnaire. And it measures the ability and the person's perception of the subtlety of different experiences in their life. And that really reflects how mindful they are, how much aware they are of their internal state, their external state, their environment, etc. And so these questionnaires have been validated. There's a whole field of mindfulness research, which really these types of metrics are very important. And these are very well established questionnaires, and we use them in yoga, and we do find that yes, yoga, because it incorporates this meditative component, does increase mindfulness. One of the important things that we're seeing with mindfulness, specifically mindfulness outcomes, and this is very powerful recent research that's taking place, is that mindfulness is very effective at changing behavior. And this is highly significant because the biggest risk factors for so-called chronic lifestyle non-communicable diseases, the risk factors for those include things like poor dietary choices, low levels of physical activity, dysfunctional behaviors like cigarette smoking, and excessive alcohol consumption. And I would add to that the epidemic of chronic stress. And the more that individuals become increasingly mindful, they become more cognizant of the consequences of their behavior. So people who will then eat junk food will have negative experiences and therefore avoid those experiences. People that get off the couch and engage in physical activity will more intensively experience the positive effects of physical activity. And so a consequence will be drawn to more improvements in physical activity. So mindfulness is capable of changing behavior in a very fundamental, long-term sustainable way. And of course, this applies to the elderly as well.
Dr. Khalsa, I had a question.
Yes.
This is Neeraj. I've dialed in from Singapore. So I've been doing yoga on and off, but lately a little bit more regularly. For a working professional between age of 55 to 65, the 4 basics of the yoga, which you mentioned, the posture, breathing, relaxing, and meditation. Do you have any recommendation? What should one divide time into to get the maximum benefits? Because we all have limited time. Like, let's say, for example, if you have an hour to do yoga, what would get the best results?
So it very much depends on multiple factors. So the answer is it really depends. It depends upon your interest. It depends upon your engagement. Different people are attracted to different aspects of yoga practice. Some people practice the asanas, they don't like them, but they practice the breathing and they love it. Some people gravitate towards the meditation. Some people gravitate towards the relaxation. Yoga practice, the most important thing about yoga practice or any behavioral practice is that you have to do it. If you don't do it, it won't work. No surprise. So whatever you engage in is very important. If you don't like the asanas and that's what you're doing, eventually you will stop because it's not satisfying. So one of the things that yoga offers is this opportunity for people to engage in a specific type of practice more than other practices because that's personally what they enjoy and that they are able to engage in. Overall, I would say that the best practice is to include all of them because then you have the best potential of benefit because each one of them, as I've said, has a positive impact on your global functioning. And then in terms of the time effort, the most important thing is to be regular. The more time you can spend, the better. I mean, I would suggest for everybody on the planet to do an hour of yoga every day. Of course, we live in a modern society, which, you know, time is precious and we don't have that kind of time. But to do something every day, something regularly, whether it's a yoga class 2 times a week, 3 times a week, or whether it's a 20-minute a day practice, the more regular you can practice, the more you can practice, the more benefit you are going to achieve. And that, of course, is very inter-individual. Some people are under high levels of stress and may need to practice more yoga more intensively. And some people are retired and comfortable and may not need to practice as much. So it really varies depending upon the individual, their needs, their capacities, and their vulnerabilities.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Viren. Actually, I have one question regarding whenever I will deeply meditate, so continuously. So I see what is going to happen in future in my dreams. So how is related to these meditation, that whenever I will meditate, that time only I will get that these dreams and everything, what is going to happen in future. So is it how it is correlated? Still, I'm not understanding. So only when I meditate, this happens with me,
Yes.
but not sure how this is related.
Well, in terms of the biomedical benefits of yoga, these benefits will take place regardless of whether you have these so-called subtle experiences. There is a whole theory and philosophy and field of research into subtle energy. And that, of course, is difficult from a scientific perspective because we can't measure we don't have devices to measure these things, but there's a whole subtle energy philosophy and theory behind yoga that includes things like energy centers, chakras, the kundalini, the flow of energy, prana, the aura around the body, the pranic bodies, and so on and so forth. So the whole field of that, there's a whole field of potential subtle energy skills that one develops, such as precognition, such as remote viewing and other kinds of parapsychological phenomenon. As in terms of science, we don't spend much time on this because what's really most relevant for us in terms of immediate benefit is to address these problems that we have in aging and the problems that we have with 90% of the population dying from non-communicable diseases. So these are the most important things. But some people will experience these deeper sort of psychic energy states. And we don't know how they're related. We don't know how they're achieved, of course. And so all I can say is that if you have them, that's fine. As long as they're not disturbing, you are good to go.
Thank you.
There's just one more question. One of the meditators with me, she does a lot of puja, prayers, and reading of scriptures. She's 69, and whenever she meditates and she comes out of the meditation experience, she always shares that she has seen gods, like Shiva, Krishna, because I'm meditating on Lord Krishna, or I'm meditating on a mantra, Nirvana Shatkam and all. So she always comes out like she can, she got the smell of fragrance in the room, or like she's in the puja room. So each day her experience is like that. So like, I thought like probably she's touching the godly consciousness, because 3 in the morning, she starts doing her prayers in the mandir, reading Durga Ashtakam. So like, how do I address that? Because she always has that question.
I don't think you need to address it, really. I mean, I think these deeper states of consciousness will often be associated with many kinds of different experiences, similar to the ones you've described, but many, many different others, and it varies widely depending upon the individuals. As I say, as long as these experiences are not disturbing, as long as they're not interfering in a negative way with one's life, I would say enjoy them. Because they are really a positive manifestation, if you will. And for many people, they are positive manifestations. So I think they're not something that one needs to be disturbed about unless it starts to disrupt your life or your day-to-day activity in some negative way.
Yeah, she's feeling very good. She's very, very happy with her everything.
Very nice. We are officially past the break time, but I'm enjoying this discussion. If anybody needs to take a small break, please go ahead and do that. We will continue the discussion over here. I see Anil Surpurji in the audience as well. He runs, he's one of the co-founders of Yoga Bharati, which is our partner for the yoga therapy training program. Thank you, Anilji, for opening your video. Welcome you over here. Please do contribute to the discussion as you feel necessary. I also see, Kevin and Dr. Silvamurthy are already here. Anilji, if you have any comments or stuff, please. Otherwise, I will go ahead and.
Yeah. Thank you, Saurabhji, for this wonderful session you have been hosting. I'm fully on board with all the data and research material Dr. Satbir Khalsaji presented, because I attended so many his sessions, and also he was my professor for one of my course for MS in yoga when I was doing my master yoga, and it's very, very relevant and it's very applicable. And thanks for sharing that. Thank you, Dr. Khalsa, for sharing all the great work you have been doing for decades. So everything is applicable and it's very evidence and research based. Thank you. And of course, a lot of research been done in Vyasa, which is our university in India, and so there are a lot of publications, and we're happy to be part of that. And of course, we are also IYT accredited school, and research has been a big part of our offering. And the application of research, basically all the data coming out of research, we apply in our yoga, all the therapeutic yoga. Thank you very much for it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thanks a lot, Anil, for sharing that.
Yeah.
Dr. Khalsa, thanks a lot as usual. Very invigorating, very thought-provoking, yet so simple. And I think the way you present these things is just amazing. Every time I listen to your talk, I come back with something new, and I then have to go back and mull over it a little bit. So I surely will be doing that. I'm sure other participants will probably be doing something similar as well. With that, as I said, we are a little past our break time, so we will skip the break. If somebody needs to take a small break, please go ahead and do it on your own side. You can always come back and listen to the recording later. I would like to introduce Kevin McCrudden over here. Kevin, as I know him through the Amity Global Innovation Incubation Center, as you can see on his background. Vayu Shakti currently is officially a participant in the incubation center, and Kevin, in his capacity of running that center, has been very supportive of our initiative. So has been Dr. Selvamurthy, who you can see on your screen as well. Thanks a lot, both of you, for joining. Kevin, before I hand it over to you, let me just quickly say that you have been a revelation for all of us. When I met Kevin for the first time, I had no idea who I'm meeting, but as I grew to know him more and more, he goes by the designation as the Chief Motivation Officer of America, which initially when I saw it first, I said, okay, what does that really mean? But more and more I come to know about him, the kind of things that he's doing. I think it aptly suits him. Kevin recently also came up with a movie called Light of Man, right? It's a movie which I think for those of us who are always kind of in a tug of war between spirituality and science, sort of bridges that gap very nicely and very neatly. So those of you who have not heard about it, please Google for it. I'll probably actually put a link of it in the chat as well. Please do look at it. It's a very fascinating movie. It almost traces the origin of life at the cellular level and how a lot of people look at it as a spark of light. So very a lot of us could relate to it. I personally relate to it for sure. So with that, Kevin, I'll hand it over to you. Please talk a little bit about the incubation center, the research that Amity is doing or planning to do in the space of natural healthcare and stuff like that. How do you see Vayu Shakti fitting in there? And then please introduce Dr. Selvamurthy and then hand it over to Dr. Selvamurthy for his talk. Thanks a lot, both.
Wonderful. Saurabh, thank you so very much for the introduction. Congratulations to you and Ramkiji and Vayu Shakti on running such a successful event this morning. I know this has taken quite a bit of effort to prepare and plan, and certainly I'm going to have the distinct honor of introducing Dr. Selvamurthy in a moment. But in the meantime, yes, thank you so much for that introduction. Amity Education Group, based here in New York, has been working now for several years on the accreditation process of becoming a full-blown university here in New York. That process is continuing. However, in the meantime, as you know, we've launched the Amity Global Innovation Incubator, which you and Ramkiji and Vayu Shakti are part of. The intent of the Global Innovation Incubator is exactly what you've been doing. for us to brainstorm and think about ways to help you grow your business. And certainly, you know, for myself, and as you know, speaking on behalf of Savita Arora, who's the Vice President of Operations and Strategy here in the US for Amity. Unfortunately, she's tied up, so I get the honor of doing this. You know, the whole intent is trying to help businesses incubate, to help them provide, giving guidance for their mission, vision, direction, planning, strategy, and hopefully in the end, also some financial support. But both you and Ramki have done such a wonderful job of guiding and growing Vayu Shakti as such a great example of what the Global Innovation Incubator is all about. In addition, I think Dr. Sevamudi will talk about this briefly. You know, we're also looking to launch a global research hub here at the New York campus, as well as an Ayurvedic center. And so all these things that we're talking about, and certainly Dr. Kulsa, thank you so much for your brilliant presentation. That kind of research and information is invaluable. And as you mentioned, the introduction of my documentary called The Light of Man, which has now won 8 awards around the world, including Delhi, but also Los Angeles, Las Vegas, New York, London, Rome, Paris, really merges science and spirituality, as you mentioned. But in my research, what I've found is just the incredible value that has come from the region of India and India itself, whether it be for Ayurveda or Sanskrit, thousands of years of knowledge and information that is brought through to us via yoga. And as you are using it for Vayu Shakti, yoga therapy, truly trying to help people with not only their mental and emotional stability and well-being, but also their physical well-being. And I think you're right on target. Vayu Shakti is positioned to do great things because you truly are at the cutting edge of presenting the benefits, not only of yoga, but yoga therapy to the New York metro area and also America. So I'm very proud of you and Ramki ji and the work that you've done in putting this together, but also the work that you've done in building this business. And I think it will be very impactful and certainly will be duplicated because there's other people that will see the value of what you're providing, and they will certainly try to mimic it. But once again, I'm very proud of the work you've done, and thank you so much for allowing me to just speak for a moment. And the distinct honor of introducing Dr. Sevamudi, who is president of Amity Science, Technology, and Innovation Foundations. He's also the Director General of Amity Directorate of Science and Innovation. He is also the Chancellor of the Amity University, Chitsbarga, and he's also the Chair Professor for Life Sciences. It is my distinct honor to welcome Dr. Sevamudi for his conversation on research in natural health care and obviously yoga and yoga therapy. Dr. Sevamudi, thank you so much for joining us. Namaste.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kevin. I'm so pleased to meet the very distinguished galaxy of yoga proponents and also those who are rendering human service to the world community by promoting yoga and to create a new world order, a happy, healthy world, which is possible through yoga. So I must compliment all those who are present here, participating in this very exciting, interactive, the discussions on how do we promote positive health, particularly among the elderly people and also among the general public. So my compliments to Dr. Ramki Ramakrishnan and Mr. Saurabh Srivastava for this great initiative through Vayu Shakti. And this Vayu Shakti Yoga, they are incubating their the whole initiative in Amity University in the Long Islands, and we are here to support that. How do they become a unicorn after some time, or a great institutions globally known? So we will certainly facilitate and also give you best wishes, and also all the enabling processes to reach a new pinnacles of achievements and greater service to the humanity. Mr. Kevin is doing a great job in our Long Island, Amity Long Island campus in New York. And he is not only a great orator and a motivator, and I have read some of his contributions and also his film which he has made. And when I was in Long Island a couple of months ago, I had the opportunity of having a longer conversation with Mr. Kevin, and a great personality, and compliments to you, Mr. Kevin, for all that great job you are doing at the Amity Long Islands. And also Savita Arora, who is our Vice President, the US promotion. So both of them together is taking Amity Long Islands to a greater heights. And also we are now developing Amity Global Research Hub, and where again, we would request all your participation so that we'll be able to contribute and churn out the innovations, frugal innovations for the benefit of humankind. Let me also felicitate all the participants on the eve of the International Day of Yoga, which is going to be there a couple of days from now, day after tomorrow. We are all globally celebrating the International Day of Yoga. You are fortunate enough to have our Indian Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, is being there in US to have this at the UN headquarters. And so he will also spend a couple of days of a state visit as the first visit to United States as Prime Minister. So that's a great fortunate moment for India-US collaboration, and also for strategic partnership. And this is an occasion that India has always been having the philosophy of Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinaha. That means we want to look at the global family, everybody to be happy, healthy, peaceful, harmonious. So this visit and the strategic partnership between India and USA will lead to that kind of global prosperity, a long democracy and a large democracy coming together. We will create that new world order. I'm pretty sure about it. Now, this particular theme which you have chosen, the research potential in natural healthcare, that's what you suggested to me. So I thought initially I'll make some PowerPoint presentation, but then I thought I'll make it more interactive rather than just a lecture. So it is going to be very interactive, extempo. So I'm not going to make any PowerPoint presentation, but let me share some thoughts with my 5 decades of experience in this field of yoga and also the Ayurveda, which I have been fortunate to carry out very streamlined, systematic research, well-controlled research when I was in the Defense Research and Development Organization, Government of India, and also Amity University. So in both the places, I have been able to carry out experiments. So I'll give a little glimpse in terms of what we did find, because it's not the heterogeneous population here participating in this. So I didn't want to bring too much of science and technology in this. So I thought I'll give the glimpse of what we have done. I must also appreciate Dr. Khalsa, Satveer Khalsa. I was listening in the last part of your conversation and also the deliberation. You are doing a great job for putting yoga therapy in a scientific pedestal through your experiments, and I'm sure you will continue to do this. Now, when you look at the healthcare for a large population, like India with 1.4 billion people, we need to, by compulsion, look at the traditional system, which has stood the test of the time. Because the reference to yoga, Ayurveda, dates back as 5,000 years ago, when this has been mentioned in Vedas, Upanishad, Bhagavad Gita. So yoga is a science, yoga is a philosophy, which is there right from 5,000 years ago. And this yoga has been the Ayur Yoga, which were united together, the Ayurveda and yoga together. Now that has served the humankind for generations. So I'm going to see the science of yoga. In my presentation, I'm going to give a little glimpse of science of yoga. Yoga started in our country 5,000 years ago, which is the meaning of yoga itself, to yoke, to unite, to join together, to bring harmony. Harmony between mind and body, self with the universal self. So those are the definitions of yoga. But whatever may be, that yoga promotes a very positive health. And how it has prophylactic, promotive, and curative potentials. That is what is the experiments which I have carried out in a very controlled population of Indian military people, because where you can control many of the variables, which is difficult to be controlled in a civilian population. If you want an age group, I want the age group of subjects between 20 to 30 or 45 to 50. So we can have this select population. Similarly, they will be put on a diet of 3,500 kilocalories. They will be taking only that diet. If they have to do practice yoga between 6 and 7, 1 hour religiously they have to do. So many variables which will interfere in such biological or physiological studies, we could control, having the fortune of the soldiers serving as volunteers for our studies. So we have carried out a series of research in the physiological, biochemical, psychological, clinical variables through which we have been able to demonstrate the potentials which has got the prophylactic, promotive, and curative potentials of yoga. And this yoga, when you look at the prophylactic aspects, you name any disease, you can attribute to any one of the 5 factors, which some of them were discussed in the previous lecture. The first factor is lack of exercise, the sedentary living. The body, which is now our physical body, is evolved to be physically tough. The ancient people, ancient generations were living in jungles, facing the vagaries of the climates, and also living in mountains and caves, facing the vagaries of all the climates, and also running away from predatory animals, hunting for the food. So the body was evolved to be tough. As the generations progress in the modern living, we hardly exercise our body. So the body undergoes the physiological processes, undergo disuse, atrophy. So one of the cause for and the risk factor for any disease today is the lack of exercise. The second disease causing factor could be the dichotomy between mind and body. Suppose all of you had breakfast in the morning. How many of you really focused on the process of eating? What you had for your breakfast? Were you involved in the eating process? Either you were reading a magazine or you were looking at a mobile, looking for the news or looking at the television. So your mind was doing an activity, but your body was physically throwing the food inside your esophagus and into your digestive system. So the presence of the food in the digestive system will pour in the hydrochloric acid in the stomach. It will release the digestive enzymes. The physical presence itself can cause all this. But then the saliva, once you look at the food, have the flavor and have the taste of it, then the body will release your saliva, which is relatively alkaline, and also it will go and neutralize the acid secreted. Your peristaltic movements will start normally. So all this will happen if your body, your mind was involved in the eating process. If it is dichotomy between what the body does and what the mind does, it can cause disease. Hyperacidity, because your saliva, which is relatively alkaline, is not going inside. So it will lead to hyperacidity, peptic ulcer. And also some of the peristaltic movement won't be all right, constipation, indigestion. So all this can happen. Just a simple example, a mundane example of dichotomy between mind and body can cause disease. The third factor which will cause disease is stress. Now, every one of us face stress of some kind or other in all walks of life. So stress can be an etiological factor to cause disease, or it could be a precipitating factor if you have a predisposition to certain disease, having the family history, or it can aggravate a disease. If you already have a clinical condition, disease, it will aggravate the disease. So stress can play all these three roles. It can become an etiological factor, precipitating factor, or an aggravating factor. The fourth factor for your disease is pollution. The air that we breathe, the water we drink, the food that we eat, it's all contaminated, polluted. So that could be the fourth factor for the disease. The fifth factor is infection. We are surrounded by all pathogens, whether it's bacteria, virus, fungus, toxins, they're all around us. So leaving away the genetically mediated diseases, you can attribute any disease to any one of the risk factors or a collective risk factors out of this five. So yoga is prophylactic against all these five factors for which we have the experimental evidence is available. For example, yoga is a total exercise, physical, physiological, psychological exercise. It cleanses, the kriyas cleanses your toxins, lactic acid, pyruvic acid, oxygen debt, which your system have undergone during the day. It's all eliminated by just the pranayamic exercise. Yoga, neuromuscular junctions, extension, flexion, rotation, supination, all this is there in yoga. So it's a total physical exercise. It is also a physiological exercise. And so thereby it takes care of the first factor. That is the sedentary living being a causative factor. The second factor is dichotomy between mind and body. In yoga, even if you make a small movement like this, you are instructed to be conscious of the movement. So if you are drinking a glass of water, you are instructed to be conscious of how the water is going inside and filling up and going through your esophagus. You have to feel that. So yoga is not just practice of asanas, pranayam, meditation for half an hour or 1 hour. Yoga is a way of life. If I am giving my lecture, if my the total concentration and unification is occurring in delivery of this lecture, that's yoga. So yoga is a way of life rather than just spending in asanas, pranayam, and meditation. These are some initial steps to reach that, but ultimately you have to reach that status of living the yogic way of life. Your diet, your behavior, your attitude, everything should change. Transformation should occur. Then you are practicing yoga. So practicing yoga is living yoga. So it takes care of the second factor, the dichotomy between mind and body, because your mind is involved in every activity what you do in your physical activity. The third factor is stress. Stress management is very simple. The first is normalize your perception, optimize your reaction, release the stress. Your stress management is only very simple. You have to normalize your perception. Everything starts, your stress response and reactions start with the perception. How your mind has rated the event, incidents, or an individual is causing stress. So the perception is your starting point. Yogic practice makes you realize the philosophy of life. Everyone is unique. Everyone in the now participating, this 34 people, every one of you is unique because we have gone through these sanskars, values, which we have imbibed through over janmas. So everyone is unique. No, even twins will not be same because of this, the janmas which we have undertaken, that is recorded in our Atma. So that is why every one of you is unique. So yoga helps you to accept everyone as you are, as they are. So that's the first point. You don't get stressed with anybody making a remark, criticism, or anything about you, what they do to you. Then yoga also gives a philosophy that you are Atma. You are not this physical body. The Atma residing in this physical body. So that realization comes, your true existence, realization of true existence, that you are Atma. All your problems are solved, no stress, nothing. Once you realize Atma is pure, is bharpur, full, complete, you don't need anything else. And Atma is powerful, Atma is blissful. So you, and also everyone has come with some karmic account. So you may do all actions, karma, perfectly, but don't hanker for the fruits. So if you have this the perception, you have normalized the perception, no more stress. So this is the starting point for stress response. So yoga gives that philosophy, which don't make you feel that you are in a stressful situation. It's just happening. So you have to respond. Response ability it gives. So that is why yoga takes care of stress, and also it optimizes your reaction because you have to combat the stress. So you have to show arousal, sympathetic arousal, and also awakening to combat the situation of stress, but it optimizes the reaction. It doesn't allow you to show an exaggerated arousal. It just optimizes your reaction, arousal level, and it quickly restores the equilibrium back to pre-stress level. This is what yoga does. Because of the buildup of parasympathetic tone, strengthening of your cooling system of the physiological system, that it doesn't allow you exaggerated arousal, and it quickly restores the equilibrium back to normal. This is how it takes care of the third factor, which is stress. The fourth factor is pollution. You can't live in a BSL-4 facility or BSL-3 facility to keep the environment clean and live in that. You have to live in this environment. But God has blessed our physiological system with inherent detoxification mechanisms. Liver, kidney, spleen, reticuloendothelial system, cilia, all this to a certain extent will take care of the pollutants. Yogic practice strengthens your inherent physiological detoxification mechanisms available in the body. So thereby taking care of the fourth factor. The fifth factor is infection. Again, we can't live in such a environment, which I said, the biosafety levels 2, 3, 4. So you have to live in the normal environment exposed to all this. But again, body has been blessed with the immunity, natural immunity, the cell-mediated immunity, the humoral immunity. So with this, you will be able to fight the invading pathogens. So yoga strengthens your inherent immunity. This is how the yogic practice, yogic living takes care of all the 5 factors which lead to the disease. Even in the genetically mediated disease, even though there is predisposition, your expressions of genes and the DNA can be modulated by this yogic practice. So that is that yoga is prophylactic. Yoga is promotive because health is not just absence of disease. You have to be the best of your ability. You have to awaken your kundalini, manifest the best of your potential, then you are healthy. So yoga promotes to do that. It brings the promotive aspect of health. Like for example, even physical performance. We did very good experiments. I would like to show, I like to describe some of the experiments which we did. One is we measured the balance between sympathetic and parasympathetic activity by heart rate variability spectrum, which indicated that during the practice of yoga, all our physiological functions close to the lower side of the normal range. All our physiological functions have a range of normalcy. If you take heart rate, anywhere between 60 to 75, 78 is normal, or 80 normal, depending on the age group. Elderly people may have a higher heart rate and so on. So instead of being at 80, what yoga does, yogic practice, after years of practice, it comes to the lower side of the normal range. So the wear and tear in the physiological system is minimized. So you remain youthful for a long time because you are not wasting your energy at rest. So you are conserving the energy. Yoga is conservation. Yoga is building the cooling system of the body, which is parasympathetic system. Thereby your reserves are more better, whether it is ATP or any other, the bioenergy resources are enriched by conservation. Then when it is required during stress to cope up, all these reserves are coming up. And also there's an optimal reaction, sympathetic arousal, which in turn is quickly restored back to normal. This we have shown by experiments. We have a number of publications to illustrate this. Then we looked at the promotive aspects. Physical efficiency we measured on a bicycle ergometer as well as treadmill. Put the individual, measure the oxygen consumption, ventilation, cardiorespiratory compensation, lactic acid buildup, pyruvic acid buildup, to measure the lactic thresholds. Then we also measured their onset of dyspnea. So all these aspects we quantitatively measured in control subjects who are practicing physical training, which is used to be given to the armed forces personnel. That is the control group. They continue to do the physical training for 1 hour. And in the 1 hour for the experimental group, we selected asanas, pranayam, and meditation. All the 40 minutes of asanas, 10 minutes of the pranayam, and about 10 minutes of the meditation. So this is how we divided them. So there are 2 groups. So we put them in the cold chamber and also in the hot chamber, as well as in the treadmill. We measured their physical efficiency at submaximal level as well as maximal level. So what we found, just to describe the findings, that during the practice of, during the exercise, controlled exercise at submaximal, for example, you find lactic acid buildup going up like this with time of the exercise and lactic acid buildup. But after 6 months of practice of yoga, there is a rightward shift of the curve. The rate of buildup of lactic acid was slower, indicating that the same exercise could be practiced, could be done for a longer time. So the onset of fatigue is much delayed. That's why in people who practice yoga, they remain vibrant all through the day in spite of all the work. So I have been practicing yoga for the past almost 45 years. I learned yoga from Vishvayatana Yoga Ashram. And so before I did experiments, I thought I should experience it myself. So that is how before I launched into series of research, first I learned yoga myself, which I continued to practice every day. Even when I was in the Long Island campus, I was doing yoga. So whether you are in station, outstation, I make it a point to make it a part of my life and 24 hours. So I have experiential learning on one side and also experimental learning. Not to, with all humility, I want to say that in 74 years of my age, I was not even admitted to hospital once, not even once, not even during COVID. Then even now I climb all 5 floors of my university, Amity University. So that gives me this energy at this age. So that is the experiential learning. So on the experimental side, the lactic acid buildup was much slower. Thereby you remain active, vibrant, even because of the onset of fatigue will be much later. Then we were looking at the cognitive abilities, concentration, memory, learning efficiency, psychomotor performance, decision-making, alertness. So all this by psychological, the standardized psychological, the tools and instruments we measured, we found all this positive, like depression score going down, anxiety going down, concentration, memory, learning efficiency, cognitive abilities going up. So we have published papers on this. So it is promotive. It improves your physical efficiency. Then we measured body flexibility. If you start yoga in the middle age after 45 years, most of the people in your group, maybe on the elderly group, even if you start at that age, then we measured all the body flexibility at different joints, like trunk flexion extension, hip flexion extension, shoulder flexion extension. You can measure quantitatively by using goniometer. So when we measured this, even if you start yoga after middle age, then it improves your suppleness of the body, the flexibility of the body, which is one of the great indicator of a good health. So this also we found. So yoga is promotive. I have given some examples of this. Yoga is promotive. Yoga is curative. It cures disease. It also can be an adjuvant or adjunct to the conventional medical management. So this is another aspect which I will bring. 3 examples I'll show. One is hypertension. Everybody claims yoga is good for treating hypertensive patients. So we took to understand what is the physiological rationale, physiological mechanism underlying the blood pressure coming back to normal in hypertension. So we took 40 patients of essential hypertension, randomly divided them into 2 groups. One group was put on a tilt table and the patient is lying down on the tilt table. The table is tilted 70-degree head up or 35-degree head down. And we were measuring the carotid baroreflex sensitivity. See, there is a receptor, baroreceptor, which responds to pressure variations of your hemodynamic system. And this is there in the carotid sinus, carotid artery, which supplies the brain. So it is there. And that responds to phasic variations in the blood pressure. So in hypertensives, this is the receptor which goes defunct. The first thing, it is like a sentinel keeping a watch on your blood pressure. But once it is knocked down, then your hypertension can be established. So first hypothesis was that baroreceptors in the carotid sinus have a unifying role for hypertension, the pathophysiology of hypertension. Then if it is so, can we correct it? Can we restore the sensitivity of the baroreceptor? So that is what is the philosophy, the rationale on which we work. So when you put the patients on the tilt table, when you tilt 70-degree head up, it's a passive tilt. So the muscle pump are deactivated in a passive tilt. So the blood pools in the lower part of the body, venous return to the heart decreases, and the cardiac output decreases, systolic blood pressure falls, and the cerebral perfusion gets affected, and the person goes into a syncope, orthostatic syncope. Because of the postural change, then there is an orthostatic syncope, which is an indication that your carotid sinus is defective. It's not playing a baroreflex role effectively. How do we awaken this? So if you do head up tilt, head down tilt, alternately, you are constantly stretching the receptors and releasing the stretch. When you do head down tilt, your blood is pooling in the head and neck region. And at that time, these receptors are stretched. Then when you do head up tilt, the stretch is removed. So when you do alternately, is it possible to reactivate the sluggish baroreflex? Then in the experimental group, other 20 patients were given asanas, which involves a postural tilt. Like for example, Ardha Halasana, Viprita Karani, and Sarvangasana. All this involves head down tilt. Head is down, leg is up. And then asanas like Bhujangasana, Dhanurasana, Surya Namaskar. This is head is up and leg is down. So we selected in the yoga group asanas which involves a postural tilt. So we found blood pressure comes down in both the groups, but the group which was doing yoga, it is much significantly came down. And because it is also mental tranquility, we looked at the EEG, the alpha spectrum of EEG, which showed mental tranquility. We measured renin-angiotensin, catecholamines, cortisol. All these were measured in the patients. And finally, we showed the mechanism. How does yoga bring the blood pressure back to normal in hypertension? Similarly, we did coronary artery disease. Coronary artery disease is a major problem for one of the major causes of death today, and is due to cardiovascular. Even initially it was cancer, now it is cardiovascular disease. So we took the patients, 524 patients of coronary artery disease, again randomly divided into two groups. The control group receiving the conventional medical management. They receive conventional medical management of the coronary artery disease. The other group, in addition to the conventional medical management, we supplemented lifestyle intervention, which included low-fat, high-fiber diet, regular aerobic exercise of walking half an hour in the morning, half an hour in the evening. The third is Raja Yoga meditation. So 3 risk factors are taken care in our experiments of lifestyle intervention. One is dyslipidemia, which is one of the major causes of the coronary artery disease, is taken care of by low-fat, high-fiber diet. Regular aerobic exercise takes care of the sedentary living, which is another risk factor. Third risk factor is stress, which is taken care of by Raja Yoga meditation. We measured many parameters like melatonin rhythmicity, cortisol, and we measured the endorphins, enkephalins, and also the homocysteine, then insulin, plasma insulin, and ultimately coronary angiogram, which is the final gold standard to see whether there has been regression of coronary artery disease. We demonstrated for the first time in the scientific literature that this kind of intervention led to coronary artery regression. We showed in more than about in total 524, but we had coronary angiogram of more than 200 patients, which we could take it for 2 years follow-up. And each angiogram seen by 3 cardiologists independently assessing this, we showed regression. If it is 80% blockade in one vessel, it became 20% after 2 years. So even Dean Ornish showed only arrest of the progression of the disease, but whereas we showed regression. So this was another thing to show that it is curative. So I think there, I have already told you it is prophylactic, promotive, curative. Now the final message, which I would like to give it to every one of you, is that I had the occasion of presenting this in World Health Assembly when Dr. Thakur was our health minister. The delegation went to Health Assembly under his leadership. So we made a presentation on this and to all the health ministers of the world on this yoga as a science. Then we also made a presentation to House of Lords, because the UK has put this Indian systems of medicine as a complementary system of medicine, which is not experimented well. This is how they have put that in the 3rd tier of the complementary system of medicine. So I was a part of the team in both World Health Assembly and House of Lords. Then we presented, it is an evidence-based system of medicine, not just empirical or just philosophical. So we have a large number of data, both experimental, experiential. So finally, they have raised it to tier 1 of the complementary system of medicine. And I would also be happy to tell you that WHO has established a very big center for traditional system in India, in Gujarat. So we will be now experimenting more into man to molecule. We will look at genomics, proteomics, and also lipidomics, metabolomics. How does it work at that genetic level? So we are now already started experimentation in many of those domains. And so this will be, the message would be that we have to propagate this yoga, which has tremendous potential to create a new world order. Because yoga, once everyone start practicing, and all this good health, that's the first starting point is good health. But yoga doesn't stop with that. Yogic practice is actually aimed at elevating your consciousness. The first level is to give a positive health. But yogic practice is actually aimed to elevate your consciousness to ultimately achieve salvation, the moksha. That is the aim of yoga. And that is why we have to propagate this. That can create a new world order. Global harmony, peace, good health for everyone, prosperity for everyone. So yoga can come through this. So let us start with schools. We have to take yoga to schools, all schools. The children at the age of maybe even above 8 or so, they should start practicing yoga. Colleges, universities. Then the second is the non-formal, informal education through media. We should promote, including social media. We should propagate yoga to a larger cross-section. Above all, first thing, every one of you should practice yoga. It is just not to preach. Before you preach, you start practicing. Then you will realize you will be able to effectively preach as well. Like I'm trying to do that. So this is practice, promote, propagate yoga for the goodness of the whole humankind. Thanks for this opportunity, Mr. Ramki, Mr. Saurav, and all those who are connected, Mr. Kevin, for this opportunity to share a few thoughts based on my little work that I have done, physiological, biochemical studies I have done, and also my experiential learning. That is more important than experimental learning. Thank you so much. Happy International Day of Yoga to everyone.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Dr. Salamurthy. It was a very, very interesting talk, and especially like your experience working with the soldiers back in India. I think that's sort of an unparalleled experience, if I may say that. I would invite other people to ask questions, unmute yourself, or if you have any comments to.
Khalsa Sahib, Pranam, I enjoyed listening to your conversation. What a great work that you are doing and the yeoman service you are rendering to the people. Thank you so much. Maybe
Thank
that's
you,
some
Doctor.
suggestions
Thank you,
from
Dr.
you.
Salamurthy.
Sorry, go ahead, Dr. Khalsa.
Yes, thank you very much for that kind comment. And thank you for your excellent presentation, as always. One thing I have always been very impressed with that most people don't understand with respect to research on yoga is that typically in yoga research studies, we have regular civilian participants, many of whom who have never practiced yoga before. And one of the things that you see in behavioral medicine research where people have to practice something is that you have, in many cases, low levels of compliance. And so you're not getting a measure in many studies of the actual true potential of yoga because maybe 50% of the participants are doing the yoga fully and 25% are doing it partially and 25% are doing it very minimally. And I'm always impressed with the research that's done in military populations because, as you have said, they don't have an option to not participate fully. And so what you are seeing in these studies is the true potential of yoga practiced as it is fully prescribed in the study. And so as a consequence, you see really remarkable outcomes in these military populations. And that is something that is really important. And of course, this really highlights this idea about you need to practice in order to really get the benefits.
Thank you so much for this remark. That was a great blessing for us to have volunteers from the military where many of those variables could be controlled. Thank you so much for this remark.
Awesome.
Is that
I see Elisa in the audience as well, and I think it's a very opportune time because Dr. Siramurthy, you talked about taking yoga to the masses, starting from students to larger populations and stuff like that. And I know IDY, which Elisa heads, is actively working on that. Vayu Shakti obviously is trying to contribute in its own way. We have this program called Mainstreaming of Yoga Therapy, which we believe is a core component of this endeavor of taking yoga therapy to the masses and making it affordable, while also making it worthwhile for the practitioners to actually, pick it up as a profession, not just do it as a hobby or as a side profession while you are trying to support your life through some other means. So I think those are important aspects of all of it. Talking about the compliance, as Dr. Khalsa, talked about, I would actually like to bring you in, Ramki, because you are currently working at the mental health unit of the New Village Hospital, where I would like to just instead of me leading you in one direction or the other, on this aspect of compliance and how you see it happening, because these are people who are not really, like Dr. Khalsa said, compelled to do the sessions, right? So I'll just hand it over to you for that.
Thank you. First and foremost, Kevin ji, thanks a lot. And also Dr. Selvamurthy. Dr. Selvamurthy, Sarah was mentioning about Alisa. I've interacted with her last 2.5 years. She's extremely passionate about making yoga global in line with exactly what you said. I would request you to, connect up with her, or we can coordinate, and Dr. Khalsa can. Dr. Khalsa is just returning from the IAYT conference. He made a beautiful comment, the so-called corridor talk. He said, completely sold out, excellent program. Okay, and that full credit goes to Alisa. She has taken the responsibility and done it. She sent a message saying that she cannot participate officially, but now she's having a speech at the end of the day. I have been experimenting yoga in multiple places. One of them is substance-dependent older adults in one of the mental health hospitals. Surprising enough, Dr. Khalsa, very short period, just only 60 minutes, twice a week maximum, ideally most of the times once a week. Different age groups, different segments, gender, different dependents. By the first week, nothing sets in. By week 2, they set in. Week 3 onwards, they say that they have started practicing in the morning between 6 and 7 on their own. I was really amazed at the results. Number 1. Number 2, of course, it has mindfulness close to about 60%. Asanas is only 20%. Okay, a lot of pranayama. Another group where we experimented for elder care is again an experiment which Saurabh personally did it. People who were, had gait problems, unstable walking conditions, walking with supportive walkers, could throw away the walker and could do, stand and sit, that's called squat without any support. This exercise, again, is a very informal setting, would achieve it in a span of about 8 to 10 weeks. Is that anything that you want to say, Saurav? Anything more than that you want me to share to the audience?
No, I was just curious from the perspective of the compliance because, as Dr. Khalsa said, soldiers have higher compliance, and I know that these substance abused folks, I'm sure I'm not sure actually. I don't know. That's why I was asking.
It's at the very beginning of the experiment that we are into. But one thing is for sure, there is a transformation that is happening in them when they are going through. We start with a lot of breathing, a lot of mindfulness. We do a lot of dharana practices, we make them say, I am God, God resides in me. I need to keep it clean. I can't be polluted. All those kind of things. It works. It's primarily, we use asana to the tune of about whatever the percentage it is of the Ashtanga. We, use it probably 1/8. We apply the 7/8 and it works like a miracle.
Awesome.
Too early to say, but the initial results are pretty positive.
Very good. Very good. Sounds amazing. I see, Seemaji, your hand was up. If you have a question, please unmute yourself and ask, or anyone else if you have any questions. And Elisa, don't want to put you on the spot, but if you are able to speak, please feel free to chip in.
See, I think the compliance is very vital. If you have to have the benefits manifested, the compliance and your total involvement in what you do is very, very vital. And then you get, otherwise it takes longer time to reap the benefits.
Right.
We did some studies on even epilepsy patients using Sahaj Yoga. So we found those whose complaints were better and their manifestations of improvement in symptoms, rate and frequency and severity of seizures were much less in the people who could practice it effectively. So I think that's very critical. So we should ensure compliance.
Have you done any work on electronic de-addiction, Dr. Salamurthy?
No, we haven't done electronic de-addiction, no. De-addiction itself, I have not worked in that area.
Because that is becoming one of the challenging factors for caregivers.
I think Elisa has raised the hand. Yeah, please go ahead. Elisa, can you just unmute the mic and speak?
Yes, sure. Yes, thank you so much. And I've been able to listen in just about the last 10 minutes or so. My name is Liz Wistrel. I'm the executive director with the International Association of Yoga Therapists. And I am based on the West Coast in Los Angeles. So look forward to having an opportunity to connect with you all on camera and with my presentation a little bit later this afternoon, your time. So I know Dr. Khalsa has had an opportunity to share some data, and I was just picking up on your conversation here. So coming in a bit cold. And yes, we did just have our annual membership conference. And thank you for the kind words about this conference. It was sold out. It was in Reston, Virginia. That's the conference in which our members come together to connect annually. Of course, with COVID, it has been somewhat disrupted over the past 3 years or so, the opportunity to come together. So there was a lot of joy in the conference area, of course, with our members being able to reconnect, some after many years of not being able to see each other. So later I'll speak to who we are and why we exist in terms of yoga. In the big world of yoga, yoga therapy has a trajectory that is about advancing the field of yoga therapy. And I'll define yoga therapy as it is articulated in behalf of IDY's work and yoga therapists' work. We certify individuals in 800 to 1,000 hour program, which these programs are accredited by IDY. Vivekananda University is one that just got an accreditation for their program from IDY, and that's congrats to Vivekananda for that, for joining us on that trajectory in terms of their offerings. So we have about 5,300 members, 5,300, and that is growing. So this is a nascent field, and I'll speak more about the context for that. The organization itself has been incorporated and well, not incorporated for 30 years, but for 30 years it's had it's been making its mark, and in an emerging field that does accredit programs and does certify yoga therapists and also is launching a certification exam. The amount of time we've been able to focus is very, although we're all working at the top of our ability, the staff and all of our volunteers, I'll speak a little bit more about how we're structured later. The field is still nascent. And so conferences like this and connecting with healthcare executives, like many of you, is a great opportunity for us to connect the dots and share more about what's possible in the field with certified yoga therapists joining your teams and helping to, in the elderly population, helping in a variety of ways, on a mental, spiritual, physical level. I want to say, just as a brief comment, that I'm going to my dad's birthday next weekend, this coming weekend. He's turning 99. And bless his heart. Yeah, he still lives at home with my mother, who's turning 89. And at the home I grew up in. And my dad does do yoga every day in the morning. He, many years ago, he's someone who is very compliant. And his, I think it was his chiropractor back in the day, who he still sees once a month. And she uses an activator. So she doesn't do hands-on adjustments. She uses an activator. That's her practice. But many years ago, my dad was given a series of exercises to do every day, and includes cat-cow and other sort of basic asana and other like sort of therapeutic stretches and so on that you could say are are similar to asana. And he's someone, not everyone is a compliant soul, but as it turns out, my father, and probably one of the reasons for his amazing longevity, is that he's willing to be compliant. He hears the input. It makes sense to him from the professional, who is advising him, and he wants to be compliant, and he wants to has always wanted to, feel well, be well, and he doesn't have resistance to guidance. So in that respect, I think there are many elders who would appreciate the professional input, guidance, and support, and may indeed be compliant. Failing memory is one thing, and resources would need to be provided I'm not sure about the memory care unit specifically around the idea of compliance, but sure there can be other resources provided to help those individuals whose memory is failing to, visuals, visual prompts, and so on, that could help that community. But I just want to thank Vayu Shakti and everyone on the call for having the foresight and the willingness to work together to consider how to support the aging population and those who are struggling as they enter this phase of their life, with intentionality, with care, with love, with an intention to help these individuals have a better quality of this phase of their life. I'm moved by that, and I appreciate the opportunity to connect with you all. And of course, after this event, we'll be available as well, offline by email or phone, to connect in other ways if there is interest about advancing the opportunity to connect around yoga therapy. So back to you, Amki.
Dr. Ramki,
Yes.
may I just respond? Dr.
Please.
Lisa,
Please go ahead.
delighted to hear you and also know about your initiatives for propagating yoga, particularly in yoga therapy, and also the certification which you have organized for the therapists, so that certain standards are maintained for this yoga therapists. And I would like to also inform you, the Government of India has also started the Yoga Certification Board. And there are 3 levels. You have a technical committee which looks at the strategies to certify and also bring standards at individual as well as institutional level. And how do you bring that standards and quality in the delivery? So we have made criteria by which we have to assess an individual. It could be a therapist, it could be a trainer, it could be a practitioner. So we have also laid standards, maybe that you can look at some of them, and maybe that we will learn from you to improve our standards and the process by which you accredit an individual and certify an individual. So it will be a good learning experience from Indian Yoga Certification Board as well as your method for therapists to be certified as well as accredited. And also, do you have to go for accreditation, re-accreditation after certain years, or once the certification lasts for a particular validity is 5 years or certain period, Arisa?
Yes, we do. We are in the process of a recertification bulge, we call it. We're in our second recertification of a 3-year cycle. So right. Our statistics with yoga therapists who are recertifying is very strong, as it is with our accredited programs who are choosing to reaccredit. Now that is on a 6-year cycle. Recently and currently, we are going through a reaccreditation cycle with our accredited programs, and we have 94% of our programs reaccrediting at this time. We have a total of 70 accredited programs in the US and around the world. We have representation in 11 countries in terms of our accredited program. You can see many of the other programs are in US and Canada. So that gives you an idea. Our certification exam has gone through beta, and it is launching and will be required for graduates who are starting this summer in various 2-year programs, which is another measure of a commitment to public safety and to, as you speak to, Doctor, the standards that have been set forth. The standards and competencies are the foundation of the commitment to professionalization in the field for this emerging profession. And I do want to give a shout out to my predecessor, who I'm sure many of you know very well, John Kepner, who was executive director for IYT for 17 years before I stepped in upon his retirement 2.5 years ago. And John and others worked very hard to bring the standards and the competencies to light and to build the infrastructure around yoga therapy vis-a-vis IYT as the vehicle for these standards and competencies in the field to require professionalization and ensure public safety, and to connect the dots to all those communities that can benefit from more intensive work, if you will, or engagement in yoga foundation of philosophy and all that the 8 limbs of yoga.
Thank you.
Very nice.
Also, our best wishes for your father, for good health, for many years. Because normally up to 120 years, 120 years is the normal lifespan or a health span of a human. So I'm sure he will live up to that at least. Thank you.
Oh, bless you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. No, that's good interaction, and thanks a lot, Elisa, for taking time out early in the morning. I know you're on the West Coast. As you rightly said, there are a lot of administrators who are here in the audience. A lot of our participants are running some older adult centers. They are running nursing homes. They are running assisted living centers, and it's so very important for them to hear what is possible. But also what we are going to discuss probably later in the afternoon, and as well as in the days and weeks to come, or probably months and years to come, is how do we make it more affordable for them? How do we make it more palatable for them? Because at least in our outreach in the field, what we are seeing is that most of these people have to take the budget out of what they call as the recreational budget. Insurance doesn't pay for it. Medicare doesn't pay for it. So it has to come from the discretionary spending, and that's what makes it so very difficult for them to make it available. While I was talking to one of the administrators yesterday itself, and she confided that their skilled nursing division actually outsources all of their work to a company called Health Pro, who bring in physiotherapists and other professionals, and they don't even really know how do they get paid, how much do they get paid, but they get paid somehow. And she said, if you could somehow figure out how yoga therapy as a skill or as a service can be paid, and you could then probably contract with Health Pro, and we will just get it seamlessly. And I was like, yes, that is something we need to discuss with Elisa probably.
And also, Saurabh, I see it is very important even for insurance. It will reduce the morbidity, mortality. All this will go down with this. It's a prophylactic, the healthcare expenditure will go down. In fact, insurance should be happy to support this activity. If you really look at economic values, which yoga practice will bring in terms of promoting positive health and thereby reducing the financial burden on the system, you have to impress upon the government itself to look at from that angle rather than just only look at because it's something new. They have to change, bring a radical change in the system. So I'm sure once you people take it up, it will happen. I think Seema wants to make some comments or ask questions. Yes, please go ahead, Seema ji.
Good evening, Dr. Murthy. It was really enlightening to hear from you. You spoke wonderfully on perception about like water, drinking water. And so that really, like just being like, a small time yoga practitioner and a teacher, I could really understand why we are supposed to eat with hands and, drink water slowly, and why we take the attention of the practitioners to breath and how the breath is traveling through the system. So that is really enlightening. What I wanted to ask was that during the pranayama practice, there is a secretion of saliva which happens from the mouth that I have personally been experiencing. Like, whenever I'm doing my pranayama practice, whether it is during the bhastrika stage where I'm taking my hands up, or anulom vilom, there is a continuous dripping of saliva which happens. So how is that related? Like, I mean, I know like the parasympathetic, yeah, if you could answer.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Seema.
Yeah.
In fact, yogic practice augments your parasympathetic activity. The salivation is a function of parasympathetic function, vagal function. So when you do this, as I mentioned, even the heart rate variability spectrum, which is an indicator of the balance between sympathetic activity, you will have the power shifting into lower frequency. So indicating the parasympathetic dominance when you practice pranayam or even the yogic practice will increase the tone, thereby improving the, increasing the salivation. Salivation is actually a vagal function. And so naturally it gets augmented. And when you do pranayam, particularly Anolam Vilom, the left side is parasympathetic and right side is sympathetic. There is a scientific evidence to show that the moon and the sun, which in simple parlor, they say that the cooling system and the heating system. Parasympathetics is the cooling system. Sympathetics is heating system. Both you need. During stress, during activity, you need to heat up your energy release mechanisms. So you need to have sympathetic activation. And parasympathetic activation will have to optimize the reaction and also bring the equilibrium back to normal. So when you do Anolam below, you are actually activating both the system, then achieving a balance, equilibrium. So that is how it works. And salivation is a parasympathetic function which happens during the pranayamic exercise.
I mean, because there's
Practice.
excessive salivation and the mat is totally, starts getting wet. My clothes, my shirt is also wet. So I was just wondering, like, is it like,
See, there are two types of secretions, sweat secretions. One is eccrine secretion, the other is apocrine secretions. Apocrine secretion, when you get emotional, even in an air-conditioned room, you can sweat in certain parts of the body. So that is known as apocrine secretions. Eccrine secretions, when you go into the heat or when you are in a difficult situation. So there is an emotional sweat as well as a physiological heat-related or thermal-related the sweat. So the sweat which you are talking about is actually the heating up of the body itself.
I'm talking about salivation. Sorry to interrupt. I'm only talking of salivation, not
salivation. Okay, salivation.
Not
so salivation is, sweat is not okay. Salivation is because of this parasympathetic activation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, thanks a lot. It's a very interesting and very invigorating discussion. I apologize, but I have to bring in Dr. Mehta at this point. He has been very kind to take time out from his day duties. He is probably in between calls. And Dr. Darshan Mehta, thanks a lot for joining us. I really, really appreciate you taking time out. And if I may quickly introduce Dr. Mehta. Dr. Mehta is a medical director and a director of education for the Benson Henry Institute of Mind-Body Medicine at Massachusetts General Hospital. He is also a director of education at the Osher Center for Integrative Medicine, Harvard Medical School, and Brigham Women's Hospital. Dr. Mehta's educational and research interests include curricular development in complementary and integrative medical therapies, mind-body education interventions in health professionals trainings, and promotion of professionalism in medical trainees. He directs medical students and resident rotational electives at both BMI MGH as well as the Osher Center. I also know Dr. Mehta very well, from my involvement at the Vayu University, where he has taught some courses, and also he has written a book in collaboration with Dr. Indranil Basure. The title of the book is The Principles and Practice of Yoga in Cardiovascular Medicine. And it is my understanding that it is the very first of its kind book that has been published. So with that, I would hand it over to Dr. Darshan Mehta. Dr. Mehta, please take it away.
All right, no, thank you. I know we have a brief time today, but let me, as you can tell, I'm in the middle of clinic, so I just but wanted to share some thoughts. Okay. So I was asked to just give a little bit of talk, just a context around cardiovascular disease in older adults. Yeah, no financial interests. So I think one of the things that I'm going to take the perspective of is that, as you know, our world we're in an increasingly amount of stress and tremendous, as a consequence of that tremendous burnout. Even today, I was listening to the news as I was driving into the hospital, and you hear tremendous stories of violence, people, famine, drought, all the things that we think about, which stress, whether it's the environmental stressors at the macro level to the individual stressors at the micro level. So we know that has an impact on cardiovascular health. And I think as the population is getting older, cardiovascular disease is even more important to address. And the reason we know that is that non-communicable diseases are the most important global health challenge of the 21st century. And this is true even during COVID. What predicted even though COVID was a communicable disease, people who had non-communicable disease risk factors, especially cardiovascular disease, were at the highest risk. So again, this is a very important topic to consider. So why is that? So let's just quickly, we know that age plays a vital role in deterioration of cardiovascular functionality, and this results in increased risk of cardiovascular disease in older adults. The prevalence has been shown to increase with age in both men and women, including prevalence of atherosclerosis, stroke, and in myocardial infarction or heart attack. The American Heart Association reports that the incidence of cardiovascular disease in men is 40. You can see how it dramatically increases with age, 40% in the age range of 40 to 60, 75%, 60, 80, and 86% over the age of 80. So as a result of that, the older adults present a major burden for current U.S. Healthcare infrastructure due to the high prevalence of cardiovascular disease. And the burden of cardiovascular disease is directly related to increased mortality, morbidity, frailty, as you'll hear a little bit later today, and effective, which all translates to overall increased healthcare costs. And given that our population is expected to increase 2 to 3-fold by 2050, the aged population, the better understanding of the causes associated with cardiovascular disease is really, we need it. Now, there are many risk factors, and we think about this again, much of this is all in the lifestyle risk factors. So stress, movement or exercise, and nutrition are the big predictors. And when you have increased stress, poor nutrition, and a sedentary lifestyle, those are the biggest risk factors for cardiovascular disease, and they lead to development of hypertension, diabetes, obesity. There are sex differences, the reflection of the hormonal changes that happen in aging adults. So typically women live a little bit longer, but the incidence of cardiovascular disease in postmenopausal women is, begins to look similar to men, and there must be an estrogen protective component as well. I always like to look at this, when we think about migration and how things have changed, if we look at South Asians and where they've gone in different parts of the world as immigrants, what happens to their rates. In this case, I'm going to look a little bit at diabetes. In India, diabetes, which is what is, the biggest risk factor for heart disease, cardiovascular disease, you can see that in 1966 to 75, the rates of prevalence of diabetes was under 5% in rural India, and there were places that had higher rates in urban context. But now when you look at it in 2014, this map, you can see there's places that have just astronomical high rates of diabetes. These are, especially in urban context, areas where 20%, 1 in 5 in the population has diabetes. And it's probably even higher than that now. This is 2014 data, so we can imagine what 2024 data will look like. and we've seen this in the United States where there's this shifting demographic. Some of you, if you've seen those CDC maps where they show each year all the states in the US have high rates of obesity, which again is often associated with diabetes. The thing, one of the things that happens is that there's a change in lifestyle as you immigrate. So what was originally a much more active lifestyle in particularly in agricultural context has moved to a much more sedentary lifestyle. And see all across the board, you see high rates of obesity and diabetes in different parts of where, particularly the Indian diaspora has immigrated. And so why is this important? Because these are the same things that we think about this is a pro-inflammatory state. So again, you have environmental factors, economic prosperity, urbanization, decreased physical activity. When you think of professions like IT, which are often sitting in front of a computer majority of the day, you have nutrient abundance, so high intake of refined sugars, low intake of dietary fiber and fruits and vegetables. And there's a phenotype where that even at lower BMI, body mass index, the South Asian population is at higher risk. They have higher waist circumference, they have increased visceral fat, so that sort of abdominal obesity. There's increased insulin resistance, and it's just more atherogenic. Sticky is the way to think of it. The molecules, the lipids are much more stickier. And so that is why at a lower BMI, there's a higher risk for not just diabetes, but cardiovascular disease in general. And you can see there's a high prevalence of, again, there are issues in India. We're seeing now this is becoming the explosion happening. Now, just to go a little bit over the some of the pathophysiology here. This is really a sort of a brain-heart axis that we want to think about, and really from the hypothalamic pituitary axis, as well as that leads to this insulin resistance, hypertension. There's a pro-inflammatory activation, as well as resulting in increased sympathetic activity and decreased parasympathetic activation in this sort of, when we look at the role of stress, particularly stress as it contributes to this atherogenic state. And again, as older individuals, they're facing more and more stressors, particularly around the stress of what happens in the later parts of life after retirement. So again, just to give this a little bit more sort of just a concrete picture here, the increased stress response results in increased blood pressure, heart rate, which again, the blood pressure is an increased risk factor for cardiovascular disease. Now, Dr. Benson, some of you know, as was mentioned, is based at Benson Henry Institute. He's the founder of a cardiologist who was the founder of the Benson Henry Institute for Mind-Body Medicine, and as a cardiologist early on, really studied hypertension and cardiovascular disease. And he found that when people learned, again, mind-body practices, he originally was studying transcendental meditation, that they could reduce their blood pressures by amounts equivalent to medication. And there was really a very simple, he found a simple premise that all people can actually follow. And this is elicited by many mind-body practices, including meditation, Tai Chi, yoga. And this is conceptually opposite the stress response, resulting in decreased heart rate, blood pressure, respiratory rate, and increased exhaled nitric oxide. Again, one of these factors that helps the vasculature actually stay flexible and clean is an antioxidant factor. So meditation, we know, can change brain structure. Again, these are emotion regulation. The amygdala has now been shown to have its own direct connection to the heart, and emotion regulation is where the amygdala really is the control center. Neurotransmitter release, obviously how we think is affected and how we process information. but changes gene and expression as well. So how your genes might be fixed, but how they're turned on and off can change as well. And there are many regulated genes, but these are important in pathways, particularly in this case, inflammation and insulin utilization. Again, both are important pathways in cardiovascular disease. So when we elicit this on a regular basis, again, thinking about why approaches like yoga and other mind-body practice are so important is because they are really important in impacting the inflammatory response, the stress response, and cellular death. It also has implications in reducing costs. I won't discuss this too much, but we've actually been able to see that people who have severe heart disease, they're actually able, when they learn a mind-body based approach to cardiac rehab, they actually save the system money over and above just even regular cardiac rehab. The last thing I just want to touch base with is just thinking about lifestyle factors in COVID-19. We've had a missed opportunity here to really promote mind-body practices in COVID because chronic disease, as you can see, cardiovascular disease was one of the biggest risk factors for severe outcomes from COVID-19. And so we had an opportunity to think about, what are the factors that actually help what are approaches that can help reduce cardiovascular disease, and again, in this case, mind-body practices. But the more risk factors you have, the much greater risk of having to be either dying from COVID or having to be on mechanical ventilation. We also know that it can the rates of depression, which are significantly linked to cardiovascular disease, also increase, and depression often will present as memory changes in older individuals. So again, something else that we need to pay attention to. This is just an old study just to show that as our stress increases, our susceptibility, our immune profile changes as well. And this is an old study of healthy young adults looking at this, but you can imagine if they found this in young adults, what would have been what is known about older. It turns out that there is differences in the catching a cold if you have low stress versus high stress. And the most profound difference, this is an old study from 30 years ago, so at the time we didn't know about COVID, is coronavirus. You can see it all the way to the right. CV stands for coronavirus, and these differences are even more pronounced today. But also the flip is immunization is improved. So if we think about what helps protect us, then getting immunized is good. And it turns out if you learn immunization with meditation, your response to the vaccine is actually, you can see here, is twofold. So again, we're focused a lot on patient well-being, but this is really in a systems approach, and we want to make sure that mind-body practices are part of the overall system. We've developed a model here at the Benson Henry Institute that really looks at that systematically. Here's some of the tools that we teach to our patients here. Okay. So I just want to finish up by saying that, we're really thinking about reimagining health. Really, there's a new word, flourishing, that people are using now rather than resiliency, because it's not just about surviving cardiovascular, is about thriving with it if you have it. So I will stop there.
All right, thanks a lot, Dr. Mehta. This was a lot of data, a lot of information. I really like the last slide. You don't just want to survive or feel resilient. You want to flourish, you want to thrive, and I think that just sums up the way, at least at Vayu Shakti, we are thinking about elder care. So really jives very well with me, at least.
Okay.
Awesome. I'll open it up for any questions if anybody has any. I know we are running a little bit behind, and I know, Dr. Mehta, you have clinical duties out, so I don't want to hold you. So very, very quickly, if anybody has any question, please ask. Otherwise, I have to say that Dr. Mehta is a very busy person. He is
and I'm happy to be with you. But certainly, if you don't think of the question now, my email is available, and we can have people just reach out.
And we are also we are also hoping to bring you back for a standalone webinar,
Yeah.
so that's going to be very informative as well. Any comments from anybody? Ramkiji? All right. All right, that's all. You're muted.
I have quite a lot of questions, sir.
Okay.
You can ask one or two. I would say, I know Dr. Mehta has to go back to his clinical duties, but please go ahead, ask your questions. You want to go ahead and ask your questions, Ramkiji?
I have quite a lot of, but I will reserve it for some other time.
Okay. Sounds good.
That's
Okay.
good. That's good.
All right.
All right.
Okay. Well, thank
That's
you,
awesome.
everyone, and I look forward to continuing this dialogue.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mehta.
Bye.
Bye. All right. So everyone, I know we are running a little bit behind, but I think we should be able to catch up some time. Next up, as per the schedule, we have Dr. Julia Lowenthal on the topic of research in yoga's role in addressing falls and other physical issues. Dr. Lowenthal will not be able to join us in person, but she has been kind enough to send a video that we'll play for you. Before I do that, let me just quickly introduce Dr. Lowenthal. She is a colleague of Dr. Darshan Mehta at the Brigham and Women's Hospital. She is also an instructor in medicine at Harvard Medical School. Dr. Lowenthal leads geriatric co-management programs at Brigham and Women's Hospital and precepts internal medicine residents and geriatric medicine fellows. So she's very relevant to the topic that we are, having as a focus of this conference here today. Dr. Lowenthal was an awardee of 2020 and 2022 BWH Department of Medicine Clinical Education Research Scholars Grant for her work in developing an age-friendly internal medicine residency program. So with that, I'll stop here. And in fact, just one more thing, she has a very, very strong interest in healthy aging, creating a geriatric integrative medicine program. And that's what her not only profession, but his passion. Scholarly, she is interested in medical education, healthy aging, yoga, and physician well-being. So with that, let me start the video and I'll share that with you.
Thank you so much for this invitation to speak to you all about yoga and frailty. Okay. Thank you so much for this invitation to speak to you all about yoga and frailty. My name is Julia Lowenthal. I'm a geriatrician at Brigham and Women's Hospital, affiliated with Harvard Medical School. I wish I could be there in person with you today, but I hope you'll enjoy this pre-recorded talk. So today we'll be talking about an introduction to frailty and geriatric syndromes, the clinical and scientific rationale for yoga and frailty, and a brief review of the research evidence. So frailty is a state of reduced physiologic reserve. So when an older person encounters a stressor, like a urinary tract infection, the characteristic or behavior of a robust older adult is that they have a brief setback in terms of their function or other outcome. They're on the y-axis, but they quickly return to their baseline and they are restored to a prior level of function. A frail person's behavior is predicted by the line colored in red. So with the same level of stress, this person experiences a greater setback and it takes them longer to recover, and they may not reach their prior baseline functional status. So what we understand about frailty is that it predicts a number of adverse health outcomes. These are a variety of different population studies that have looked at outcomes in frail older adults, including falls, disability, hospitalization, care or nursing home admission, and mortality rates. As you can see, many of these are elevated in frail individuals across multiple different types of studies in multiple different countries. The prevalence of frailty is thought to be about 11% in people who live in the community. So those people who live at home. However, it does increase with age. So for people over the age of 80, up to a quarter of older adults are thought to be frail. And then nursing home populations where we see higher levels of functional dependence have over half of their residents qualifying as frail. Frailty also varies based on the country of origin. So there are some estimates here provided in the graphs where you can see in Africa and the Americas, frailty is thought to have a higher prevalence than other countries. There are two major ways to conceptualize frailty. On the left in blue is the free physical frailty phenotype model, which characterizes frailty as having 5 different behaviors or phenotypes. So frail individuals have 2 or more of these characteristics, things like low physical activity, low muscle strength, self-reported fatigue or a low energy level, a slower walking speed, and unintentional weight loss. On the right is another way to think about frailty called the Rockwood cumulative deficit model. And this model looks at different health deficits across multiple different health domains. So it takes into account things like medical conditions, cognitive and functional status, along with other of the physical frailty characteristics. When we think about how frailty develops, there are multiple genetic and environmental factors that converge and lead to all of us accumulating molecular and cellular damage over time. This leads to reduced physiologic reserve in different organ systems. So things like the cardiovascular system, the respiratory system, our brains, our endocrine system. This interacts with our rates of physical activity and nutritional factors and can culminate in this end state called frailty. And as you can see here, frailty makes us susceptible to multiple what we call geriatric syndromes. So things that are more common in older people and have adverse health outcomes like falls, delirium, and disability. So there are also a number of other geriatric syndromes, things like dysphagia, cognitive impairment, incontinence, dizziness, pressure injuries, etc. So we won't be covering all of these today given the time limitations, but I'm hoping to touch on frailty more broadly and then also talk more specifically about falls. So what is the clinical and scientific rationale for using yoga for either preventing or managing frailty? We know that frailty responds to interventions that include multiple components. So this is a very nice report in the Lancet about frailty that looks at all of the interventions that make a difference for frailty in older adults who are living out in the community, and then also people who are hospitalized there at the bottom. As you can see in the middle portion of this table, for the most part, it's interventions that have multiple elements that make the difference. So things that include physical activity that targets not just strength, but also balance and endurance training, nutritional approaches, looking at home safety, managing chronic medical conditions, etc. So it's really the combination of elements that makes the difference for people who have frailty. Now, yoga is a multi-component practice itself. So most people know yoga for the physical postures. So things like the yoga poses or what we would call asana. And we also have people who are familiar with breathing practices in yoga, so-called pranayama. There are also many other meditative concentration aspects, ethical principles, etc. So it's really a lifestyle or a system by which we can manage our health. And so this poses it to potentially be helpful for managing frailty in older people, because we know that frailty also comes from disturbances across multiple systems and responds to multi-component interventions. Yoga is also becoming incredibly popular. As you can see, this is the latest data that's available, but in 2012, 9.5% of all adults age 18 or over reported using yoga. And in 2017, this had increased to 14.3%, and this is anticipated to continue to increase. Of the most common complementary health approaches that adults use, yoga, tai chi, or qigong, so-called mind-body exercises, come in third place. So it's also incredibly popular, but behind sort of the natural or herbal products. If you look at the percentage of adults who are using yoga who are over age 65, that proportion is lower, so about 6.7%. But this is anticipated to increase given the aging of the baby boomer population and huge numbers of aging older adults who have been practicing yoga since their younger or middle ages. And we can look at yoga from a few different lenses. So I'll first talk about the clinical experience or anecdotes of yoga practice when used to treat older adults in different situations. And then we'll move into talking more about the research evidence. So this is a nice story that was featured in the New York Post several years ago. This is a patient who is 85 years old and suffers from severe kyphosis, which gives her this so-called dowager's hump in the upper spine there. She had originally been referred to physical therapy and then kind of found her way into yoga therapy. So she worked with a yoga therapist once a week for 6 months. And in the beginning, they were just really using restorative poses and really adapting things to her body using a lot of props. And then they progressed the regimen as months went on. And at the end of 6 months, she was actually able to have a much straighter posture, which facilitated an improvement in her functional status such that she could drive again. So this is a really extreme example. And certainly not every story is like this, but it's just illustrative of some of the potential benefits that yoga could have on function, especially physical function. So there are lots of different, if we think about the molecular or cellular level and the physiology, there are several different important things to know about, especially related to aging. So the first is the effect of yoga on the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, or what we call part of the stress pathway or part of the parasympathetic or autonomic nervous system. So yoga interventions like the movements and the deep breathing and the meditative aspects can help increase parasympathetic tone or so-called vagal stimulation. And this helps reduce the activity of the HPA axis and can help with other psychological benefits like reduced perceived stress. This figure is from a nice review on type 2 diabetes, so we won't be going through all of the metabolic outcomes here, but it's just a way to think about the yoga practices and their effect on the HPA axis. There's also evidence for yoga and other mind-body therapies reducing levels of inflammation through similar mechanisms, but by regulating the transcription of NF-kappa B, and then therefore reducing the rates of pro-inflammatory cytokines in the circulation. So again, partly acting again through reducing that sympathetic drive and increasing parasympathetic tone. And, if we look at, this is just a summary slide of yoga practices in older adults, but there have been multiple clinical trials and systematic reviews summarizing these clinical trials that point to evidence for benefits of yoga practice on different domains of health in older adults. So overall self-reported health, quality of life, in addition to things like cardiovascular risk factors, type 2 diabetes, pulmonary or lung function, cognition, mental health, and balance and mobility outcomes. And if we start to try to put some of these signals together, we can think about yoga as a mind-body therapy here at the bottom, and its effect on things like cellular and molecular hallmarks of aging. So things like telomerase, other mitochondrial dysfunction, other cellular and molecular hallmarks, inflammatory biology. We can think about effects on our organ systems, so things like our cardiovascular health, lung function, cognition, and also our psychosocial health, reduce stress, reduce anxiety, and these all potentially culminating to attenuate the frailty syndrome by acting, again, with multimodal interventions across multiple domains of health. So let's dive into the research evidence related to older adults a little more closely. So this is a nice systematic review from back in 2012 that tried to summarize different clinical trials that looked at yoga and its effect on physical functioning and health-related quality of life. So this included 18 studies, and some of the findings were that yoga seemed to be actually more beneficial than conventional exercise approaches in self-reported physical and mental health. Also in aerobic fitness, which evidence for that is mixed from other work, and also muscle strength. These authors found mixed evidence for effects on depression, sleep, and bone mineral density, and no effect on cognition. So thinking about specifically the physical, this is the SF-36 is a quality of life scale, and there's a physical component. And here you can see they had 3 trials that looked at this, and for these trials, the effect was an improved physical health measure on this scale. So pointing to some early work that's pointing to some improvements in physical health for older people. This is another really nice systematic review from 2016 that included 6 trials, but really tried to specifically look at balance and mobility. And they used some different measurements of balance, like the Berg balance scale, the one-leg stand, and the short physical performance battery. And they also looked at some other mobility outcomes like gait speed, sit to stand tests, and other functional tests. So they found that yoga had an impact on balance and mobility, and this is just an example of one of their plots from the study, where you can see a favorable effect of yoga on balance in multiple different studies. And again, this is over the years, this is another look at physical function and health-related quality of life, including 22 studies. And then this review was different in that it included quote unquote healthy populations who were older, so people who didn't have a specific disease or clinical condition, which had been done in other work. And they looked at yoga as it compared to other types of exercise, and also compared to what are called inactive controls. So groups that did, just were subject to usual care or just received an education intervention. And so in this work, yoga had the greatest impact actually on balance, followed by lower body flexibility and strength. And that was compared to an inactive control group. When they compared to groups that were doing other types of exercise or things like Tai Chi, for example, they did not see the effect on balance. So it seemed like yoga was equivalent to those other types of work in terms of balance, but they did see improvements in lower body strength and flexibility. So again, just pointing at some of the potential effects of yoga from different angles. This is another work specifically done in populations with pain, so middle-aged and older people who had chronic pain, and again finding benefits for physical function in the people who experienced a yoga intervention. So this was some of our work that was motivated by this story over the years, and so we had set out to see if we could figure out if yoga had any effect on frailty in older adults. So we looked at a large number of randomized controlled trials, and we tried to find yoga studies that had included a frailty outcome, like those Freed and Rockwood models that we looked at earlier on in this presentation. So unfortunately, we haven't had any studies that looked at those as outcomes, but there were a number that used other, what we call markers of frailty. So things like walking speed, like lower body strength, like balance, that have been tied to frailty in other studies. And so using this approach, we were able to identify 33 studies in older adult populations. And you can see they came from, you know, a varied geographic region. And then the people in these studies had an array of different health conditions. And also you can see 12% were from a nursing home population. So also a wide range of functional independence versus dependence. And the styles of yoga in the study were varied. So most of them included physical poses, and then many of the studies also included other exercises like breathing practices, meditation, deep relaxation, and other elements of yoga practice. But all the studies had, you know, the sort of the basic elements were the physical yoga poses. You can see a large number included Iyengar yoga, which is an alignment-based yoga style, and then also chair yoga, and then many other forms of hatha yoga. So this was what we looked at were these different frailty markers or frailty domains. And so if you scan by column, you can get a sense of whether the yoga intervention had a significant impact on these outcomes. So for example, with the double arrows, these are clinically significant outcomes. So actual, you know, effects that would be expected to have a lot of relevance to older adults living out in the community. So if you scan down for gait speed, you can see a lot of the trials did have a positive effect on gait speed. And also the same with lower extremity strength, or you can think about this also as a chair stand test. So again, pretty high, what we call this moderate quality evidence, but you know, there's a signal here that yoga might be impacting these domains in a significant way. So again, we pulled out gait speed and lower extremity strength and endurance as two of the main highest quality areas of evidence. And then balance, also some signal there, but really lower levels of evidence for things like hand grip strength and other physical performance measures like the short physical performance battery. We attempted to look at things like the style of yoga, which was it was somewhat limited due to how heterogeneous our data were, but it seemed like Iyengar yoga, you know, at least preliminarily might have an outsized benefit for some of the frailty markers here. And then when you think about sort of a dose of yoga, we think about 2 to 3 1-hour classes a week might be the sweet spot in terms of making an impact on some of these outcomes. Also studies that included a home practice. So people, they had to practice outside of just the class that was occurring 2 or 3 times a week. That also seemed to make a difference in terms of how well they did. So this is another systematic review and meta-analysis that came out recently that looked at lots of different types of interventions for frailty and tried to compare them to one another. And so I'll just pull our attention here to resistance training, which is indicated by RT, and then mind-body exercise, which is indicated by ME. And resistance training, which is things like working on strength with weights or body weight exercises, that is well known to have positive impacts on frailty because it directly counteracts the muscle weakness that's developing. So that's always been a well-known frailty intervention. And then you can see that mind-body exercise actually comes in second here, you know, even compared to all of these other interventions. So again, just some sort of early but compelling evidence that yoga might be moving the mark there. So I'm going to briefly talk about yoga for specific management of a geriatric syndrome, which is falls. And again, we know that geriatric syndromes tend to, you know, they're more common in frail older adults and specifically falls. Falls are the leading cause of injury-related death in older adults, and an older adult falls about 1 second of every day. And 25% or 1 in 4 older adults reported a fall. And they're also the #1 cause of hip fractures, which can signal an important transition. They often lead to nursing home admission in the next year, and they have a much higher rate of death in the year after a hip fracture. So it falls, really substantial health burden for older people. And so it's really a priority to try to figure out how we can prevent falls and manage falls. Right now, what we know is that what we call after a fall is detected in the primary care setting, we can do a multifactorial fall intervention where we look at lots of different elements of falls, like working on gait and balance with physical therapy, getting rid of medications that can increase risk of falls, etc. So we try to work through and remove as many issues there as we can. And in terms of mind-body exercise, Tai Chi is a well-known fall prevention strategy. So that it's something that we can recommend to patients, but we know less about yoga. And there's this sort of nice summary from the British Medical Journal in 2020. And there we have good evidence that yoga can help with balance and mobility. And so we think of it as a health promotion strategy. After someone's had a fall, it's less clear whether yoga is effective at reducing future falls. And that might be due to the quality of the research studies. It might be something about yoga itself. We do know that it's important for people to do standing yoga poses, when they're working on balance. So this is a Warrior 2 pose or Virabhadrasana 2, and this is the tree pose. And so we want to, if we're designing a yoga regimen, thinking about falls and balance, we want to choose things that specifically challenge our balance and help us work on our proprioception, our muscle strength, our brain and body coordination, etc. So this is just a nice summary that, the effect of yoga on falls is uncertain, but there are several large trials that are underway to try to better define this effect. So the way I think about and talk about yoga with my patients is that it can be an effective health promotion strategy and a way to maintain balance and mobility, but we don't yet know if it's really appropriate to prescribe by itself after a fall. And we want to take the whole big picture into account. And I always like to just think about a few different clinical considerations, since when we work with older populations, we know that different chronic medical diseases and functional limitations and cognitive limitations are more common. So when we think about selecting a yoga program, I always think first about, does somebody have falls? Do they have pain or another major neurologic or medical condition? And I often will start them off with a physical therapy prescription first. And then, like our patient anecdote that we went over earlier, I might try to link them or have their physical therapist link them with a certified yoga therapist. And there's a really nice directory here that I've included a link for. I also ask the patient, and we try to think about their need or the desire for an in-person versus a live virtual versus something like a pre-recorded or asynchronous class. And that really, to me, is more about, there's a safety element, but there's also the socialization element. And we know that this socializing and having a social group effect is so important for a lot of people when they are older, and they may be experiencing things like social isolation or loneliness. There is, if you're thinking about finding a registered yoga teacher, I also typically include the Yoga Alliance directory. And then I ask people to look for a yoga teacher or therapist who has experience with older adults or seniors. And so they should be, able to use props liberally. So things like a block, strap, bolster, blanket, etc. I also try to give a list of introductory styles. And then I have a couple, other recommendations, like having them go through senior centers or other strategies. And then in terms of adverse effects, so I just pulled out a couple. We don't have a lot of research data about adverse effects from yoga practice. There's one study that looked at prevalence of different adverse events in a survey, and so they found that the most common event reported was muscle soreness or joint pain. And then people over 70 actually tended to have less adverse events, but they they had more severe adverse events when they did occur. And things like orthostasis or dizziness when you stand up, that was tended to be the most problematic issue in the older cohort. I also like to give people, if they have osteopenia or osteoporosis, some advice about limiting deep spinal flexion or forward folds, since there's some data linking that with compression fractures. Same with inversions, we have to use caution with hypertension or glaucoma. And then with people who have dizziness or orthostasis, I advise them to change position slowly and to limit abrupt position. And this is the sun salutations or Surya Namaskar A. And this is can be a very difficult sequence for somebody who has, well, really for anybody, but especially somebody who has issues with dizziness or orthostasis. So we might think about adapting this with a chair or using other strategies. So thank you so much again for this invitation. I'm including my contact information with email and then also my Twitter account here if you're interested in reaching out. And thanks again to the conference organizers for the invitation to speak with you.
Sorry, I was muted. So thanks a lot, everyone. I think this was a very important talk, primarily because fall has become a huge issue these days, right? And as Dr. Lowenthal talked about, it's yoga and other mind-body practices have a huge role to play in that. I'm not sure, Dr. Khalsa, if you're still there, if you want to make any comments around it, or Ramki, if you have any comments about it, please do. I will say one thing that Dr. Lowenthal was not able to join us in person today, but we are arranging a talk with her next month itself. So if you have any specific questions for her directly, please do be on the lookout for that invitation. Most likely it will be the 3rd week of July when she will be available, and we are hoping to bring her back to this audience.
My only comment is that, Dr. Lowenthal's done remarkable work in her recent paper, which she reviewed, which was this 2023 paper published in the Annals of Internal Medicine. And so this really attests to the strength of that study that she did in reviewing all of those trials that were done with yoga. The more trials that we can have in major medical journals like the Annals of Internal Medicine really move the field forward very, very strongly.
Interesting.
Saro, I can say one.
You're muted now.
Am I audible properly?
Yes, you are.
Hello?
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Personal experiences, fall is a starting point in most of the adult homes. A normal life, one fall, complete destabilization of life, not only for the individuals, even for the family around. Fall prevention is one of the important aspects from our older caregivers.
Fair enough. I do remember that during our discussion for the last year's International Day of Yoga event with Dr. Dilip Sarkar, he actually asked a question, what is the #1 cause of death in older adults? And we were guessing all kinds of things, and he said it's fall. So it is extremely important. We are obviously working on, we do have a protocol for fall prevention at Vayu Shakti. We would like to gather more data for it and prove its efficacy more than what we have been able to so far. And hopefully we can do that, in next few months or quarters to come. Dr. Khalsa, a quick question for you. I don't know whether it is I misheard it or misread it, or was it, maybe your quick comment about, did did Dr. Lowenthal had a different view on the efficacy of yoga from a fall prevention perspective compared to another study that you quoted in your talk, or maybe I might misheard it. I somehow felt that you probably quoted a newer study, and that showed yoga to be far more effective in fall prevention than what Dr. Lowenthal was talking about.
I don't think so. I think her data is probably the most recent because this her paper was published in 2023. I don't think that I don't think there's a problem in terms of the efficacy of yoga for falls. There's in a lot of these studies they're comparing mind-body interventions, and of course Tai Chi is another mind-body intervention. Although we do have standing and balancing postures in yoga, they're just a small segment of what we do in yoga, whereas in Tai Chi, most all of the activities are standing and balancing postures. And so one could imagine that Tai Chi interventions might be more effective in terms of standing and falls and maintenance of balance. Because they're mostly standing all the time when they're doing the intervention. So one could argue then if you modify the yoga intervention to use most of the standing postures in yoga and movement postures in yoga, such as Surya Namaskar, you might have similar outcomes.
I see. Okay. Yep. I think that makes a lot of sense. All right. Anyone, any questions from your side? Again, Dr. Lowenthal is not here right now, but she will be with us next month, and we are really looking forward to it. All right, if not, moving along, we would like to present another recorded message for you. And this one is going to be very interesting. It's from Dr. Richard Fletcher. He is a technologist. He works with gadgets and with developing newer technologies. So, before I play that, let me just quickly, read out his introduction. So Dr. Richard Fletcher, he is an assistant professor at MIT, at UMass, also at UMass Medical School in their Department of Psychiatry. He directs the Mobile Technology Group within the MIT Mechanical Engineering Department, which develops a variety of mobile sensors, analytic tools, and diagnostic algorithms to study problems in public health and behavior medicine. Over the past 20 years, Dr. Fletcher has done extensive work in collaborating with multiple organizations serving the rural and urban poor, with ongoing research studies funded by NIH, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, USAID, Vodafone, and Tata Trust. He also works in the area of behavior medicine and public health, addressing health disparities and important issues such as drug addiction and mental health. Dr. Fletcher utilizes the research in a variety of mobile technologies, wearable sensors, and Internet of Things for use in behavior monitoring, as well as psychological and behavioral interventions. So the whole focus, is on using technologies, and creating newer technologies to impact, not only monitor, but also impact the behavior of individuals. So I think that is something which, most of us here will find very interesting at the very least, and maybe for some of us, it will be a completely new thing. So with that, let me play the recorded message from Dr. Fletcher. And once again, he is also someone who we are hoping to bring, for an individual seminar. So please be on the lookout for that as well.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rich Fletcher, and I am a research scientist at MIT and Massachusetts General Hospital. And it's a pleasure to be with you in this Vayu Shakti event in celebration of the International Day of Yoga. And I wanted to start by saying that about 10 years ago, about a little over 10 years ago, as part of my global health work, I had a chance to meet and visit SV Asa University in India. And over the years, I had a chance to collaborate with the research team there and get to know them quite well. And today, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about some of the technologies that our group has developed over the years that has supported some of the collaborations in yoga research. So if you give me a few seconds here, I will try to set up my computer to share my screen and present that to you. Okay. Okay, I hope you can all see this, okay? So the talk today, we're basically exploring the question, what is the role of technology in yoga research? And I should add to that, in the practice of yoga itself. So I will touch on 4 main areas, but primarily talk about the last 2. But first, I want to start by just mentioning brain imaging, which is probably the most common area that technology is used in studying the brain. And of course, as we know, imaging is a very powerful tool that we have today. And this involves machines such as MRI machines. And this lets you do a variety of brain imaging while you're performing a variety of tasks. So a subject can be doing some sort of experiment, and at the same time, we can be looking at which parts of the brain activate during that task. And of course, some of the deeper questions that are being explored using brain imaging is, for example, looking at consciousness. Is consciousness even something that exists in the brain, or maybe perhaps outside of the brain or outside of the body? So these are some of the more, complex but current topics that are being discussed. But something perhaps a little bit more accessible and something that could be used by everyone, even in the outpatient setting, is brainwave devices. And as you know, our brain produces a lot of electromagnetic activity, and this can be organized or looked at in terms of frequencies. So we have, certain frequency bands, such as, alpha, beta, or gamma, and that are associated with different functions. And these are active areas of research in things like topics such as learning and education, or sleep, or even things like Alzheimer's disease. And there's increasing interest in connecting your brain to computers in different ways and training algorithms. And so this is where artificial intelligence is increasingly being used. So for traditional brainwave research, we generally use many different electrodes, which actually produces quite a few wires. So it's a little bit tedious, and you have to be careful with all the connections. But some of the applications of brainwave research has been possible to do with a more simplified geometry, using just a few electrodes, and using products such as this Muse device, which allows you to do a variety of exercises, for example, on your phone, and just using simple brainwave electrodes, and doing different exercises at home, for example. But the topic that I would like to talk most about is some of the work that my group does in the area of autonomic nervous system research, and how we make tools and sensors for that application. So the first thing I want to say or point out is that emotion and mood is obviously very important in both health and disease. So it's not just genes and behavior. And when I say behavior, it's things like exercise or sleep or your diet. But your emotion, your mood, your affect is also very critical as well. So the way that we measure some of this is by looking at the activation of the autonomic nervous system. So the autonomic nervous system is just one part of several different parts of the nervous system in the human body. And there's different pathways and there's complex connections, structures such as the vagal nerve, for example. But a simplified way of looking at it is to just look at these two parts of the autonomic nervous system, the sympathetic and the parasympathetic, and you can see how they're connected to various organs in the body, such as your digestive system or your heart, for example. And one thing I'd like to point out is your skin is only connected to the sympathetic part. These parasympathetic and sympathetic sides, they sort of act, they are opposites of each other, and the sympathetic is responsible for the so-called fight or flight response, sort of increasing, for example, increasing your heart rate or producing sweaty palms, for example. And then the parasympathetic is more of a calming, sort of decreasing your heart rate, stimulating digestion or contracting your pupils. And a lot of this is driven by a structure in the brain known as the limbic system. And the amygdala is one of the most important pieces of that. And the way that we measure some of this activity is by looking at the activity of the organ. So we're sort of indirectly measuring the autonomic nervous system by measuring its effect on different organs. And another emerging area of research is looking at the brain-gut pathway. So as we know, the brain also has this complex connection to our digestive system, and there are other emerging areas of research in the areas of digestion and sort of looking at your gut brain, so to speak. So there's been some researchers even at MIT and MIT Media Lab looking at this as well. And we know that this is connected to a variety of diseases, including non-communicable diseases such as you see here. But probably the most common form or the common measure that we use for autonomic nervous system research is looking at heart rate variability. So as we know that the heart is not a machine, the heartbeat jumps around, and the spacing between heartbeats is actually not constant. It jumps around, and that jumping around is actually healthy. It's part of the feedback loop of the human body, and that feedback means that your body it's a healthy thing. And when you have high heart rate variability is a sign that you're healthy and you're more relaxed. So when you have low heart rate variability, is generally not a good thing. So this is sort of illustrated here in a very simplified way, that when you're more stressed, your heart rate variability goes down. So it's not as it's not as pronounced. And your heart rate is also modulated by your breathing, so-called respiratory sinus arrhythmia. So we also indirectly measure respiration that way. And it's been shown that when you, in the practice of yoga or doing various pranayama, as you do the different types of breathing, you can see how it affects your heart rate variability. And some of the data is shown here for example, fast breathing or the slow segmented breathing, which generally helps improve your heart rate variability. So one of the functions of yoga, the way I think of it is yoga is sort of a tool or a way that you can bridge the conscious brain with the autonomic brain, that sort of subconscious, so to speak. So yoga it provides sort of a way for you to sort of modulate or to train your body so that you have some insight and some control over the autonomic function of your body. And I think that's one of the important roles that we can learn and train and study. One of the areas that my group specializes in specifically is looking at how we can measure some of these parameters in a non-contact way. And by non-contact, I mean without wires, because we would like to, just to give you a simple example, you would like to be able to do some yoga exercise or perhaps some meditation in front of a mirror, or doing it comfortably, let's say sitting on the floor or sitting outside. And how can you do that without having a lot of wires or other sorts of sensors. And one of the ways that we've explored is using very low power radar. So you can actually have a wireless signal that you can have a device that sits about 1 meter in front of you, and it could remotely measure your heart rate, the movement of your heart. And using that, we're able to remotely measure how your heart is moving without even touching your body. So that's one technology that we use. And this is the raw signal looks like this. So these sort of peaks are the individual heartbeats, and the bigger modulation, the slower modulation, is the breathing signal. And we've also developed a variety of other tools. For example, there's one that you could wear, so it's measuring the movement of your heart through your clothing. So this is something that you can wear, and you can walk around while it's measuring your heart movement. There's another simpler way, which is just simply using light. So any camera, any color camera, if it's pointing at your face, because the blood is pumping through your face, the camera can actually detect a very small change in color as your blood is pulsing through your face. And if you use the right signal processing, you can actually measure your heart rate and heart rate variability just with a camera. So this is, without any radar, just using the camera signal. And now this is a very sensitive technique, so it only works if you are doing some sort of activity that does not require a lot of movement. So for example, like meditation is a good example, but you can do that with just a simple camera. And we've demonstrated this just using a phone. So you can program your phone to do this. So you can set up your phone on a small stand in front of you, and then you could do some exercise. And while your phone is monitoring your breathing and your respiration and your heart rate. This can also be embedded in a smart mirror, for example. So you can have a mirror hanging on a wall, and there's it's a half silvered mirror. So the mirror, you see yourself in the mirror, but the mirror can also look at you with a camera and do this sort of measurement. So that's a simple technology that you can build and build a variety of experimental instrumentation that way. Of course, there's still other things that we'd like to do. And another one that is a very common request is measuring breathing in a non-contact way. So we've also done this as well. And the traditional way that respiration is measured, for example, in a sleep lab, when you're doing sleep, it involves quite a bit of wires. So we're interested in something, as I mentioned earlier, that is wireless. So one technology that we've used and we still have continued to use is thermal imaging. So there are little special thermal imaging cameras that essentially look at temperature, and you can plug these modules into your phone and run a variety of software. And when you do this, you can program the camera or program your phone to find your face, and it could look at your nostrils. And by looking at the temperature of your nostrils as you breathe in and out, the temperature of your nostrils is fluctuating, and you can follow that signal and use that as a way to measure your breathing. And what's interesting about this is that this allows you to measure the left nostril and right nostril breathing independently. So if you're working on some more advanced pranayama technique, this allows you to independently measure the left nostril and right nostril breathing. But you cannot breathe very fast, because I don't think the algorithm can track such a fast breathing. But for normal pranayama exercises, this works reasonably well. And that's an example of a project that we did with SVIASA in India. The other sensor, which is probably less understood, but you've probably heard of it, is skin conductance, otherwise known as electrodermal activity. And the sweat glands, both in your hands and all over your body, they're connected to or innervated by your sympathetic nervous system. So when you have sympathetic activation, it produces sweat. So basically the impedance of the skin changes. And of course, this has been used for many decades in the area of, for example, looking at lie detectors or other sorts of instrumentation. But our goal, and this was in collaboration when I first began this work, I was working under the mentorship of Professor Roz Picard at the MIT Media Lab, she's the founder of the field of affective computing. And my job was to develop portable instrumentation to do this. So that's what I did. And I designed a variety of sensor bands and circuits to be able to do this. And we showed that we could measure skin conductance in an ambulatory way. So you don't have to be tethered to a computer. You can walk around and you can, in fact, wear a sensor 24 hours a day. You can even sleep with it and be measuring your skin conductance 24/7. This is related to another technology which some of you might be familiar with, is your skin. So your skin, you have different patches of skin known as dermatomes, which you may know from if any of you have had shingles or heard of shingles, you know that different sections of the skin are innervated by different nerve bundles. But the point is that you have skin conductance all over your body, and the skin conductance is actually not the same all over the body. There's some particular patterns and symmetry in the skin conductance, and the skin conductance has other interesting information, and this is related to the field that you might know as GDV. And I'm not going to go into it here, but this is related to some of the work that some people have done, many years ago, related to Kirlian photography and other sorts of ways of studying potential in the skin, and what that can, how that correlates to other sorts of diseases and health conditions. But in particular for the instrumentation, I've designed a variety of sensor bands for the wrists and for the ankle. And this is some of the circuitry that's inside. And we connected this to an Android phone. We started doing this back in 2012, so it's been over 10 years already. We were one of the first groups to actually do ambulatory skin conductance. And here's an example of the data that we can collect. So this is a 24-hour data. And as you can see, sympathetic activation, there's sort of three modes of stress or sympathetic, physiological stress, if you will. There's physiological stress due to exercise, and you can see here this is data from a student. So this student was playing squash, and you can see squash produce skin conductance because you sweat. But there's also cognitive stress. I guess that's not really shown here, but if you do, for example, some try to compute a math problem in your head or have some sort of other cognitive activity, that will produce some sympathetic activation. And then lastly, you have emotional stress, and this shows up, for example, when you're nervous. Either it's shown here as an example of an important phone call, or if you have an important conversation and you're feeling anxious or nervous, you will also see that signal. Something else that we were surprised to see, and you can see here on the right side of this plot, is sleep. So we did not think that we would see much signal during sleep, but we were surprised to see that the brain is quite active during sleep, and actually the sympathetic nervous system is actually also quite active while you're sleeping. And we have done a variety of measurements and studies to show that the signal correlates with slow wave sleep. And you can look up some of the papers from Professor Roz Picard's group on if you're interested in that topic. This is a picture of my daughter, and she was one of the first subjects when we started building this technology. We were looking at measuring the signals from infants and babies, and we were looking for early biomarkers for autism. So this was a research in the topic of autism that we were doing in collaboration with Massachusetts General Hospital. This picture shows an older autistic child, and we were looking at signals from bands on the ankle. So we were measuring skin conductance on the ankle and looking at the left and right symmetry as a function of different exercises and different occupational therapies that were being used with these children. I've also done work with animal studies. So this happens to be the macaques, non-human primates, and the sensors are worn in this jacket that is worn by the animal, and you can see that we measured both skin conductance and heart rate variability, heart rate variability, and you can do data collection in a group of animals over several hours or even longer, and you can do a variety of behavioral experiments, which is quite interesting. For example, give one animal food, but don't give the other animal food, or look at submissive and aggressive behavior, that kind of thing. The other thing that we've done is look at these patterns over much longer periods of time. So there's an example of an entire week. So you could see a whole a week's worth of data here, and as you can see here, that when you have some sort of stressful activity, you get a peak. But as I mentioned earlier, it is very interesting to see that sleep produces quite a bit of data, or quite a large signal. And the signal during sleep is actually rather unique. You can actually easily pick out when the person is sleeping just by looking at their skin conductance signal. The other thing that was discovered, besides this sort of interesting signals during sleep, it was also discovered that there's quite a large peak in the skin conductance during certain types of seizures. So we discovered this when we were looking at children with autism, and some of the children with autism also had epilepsy, and it turned out to be a very useful application of skin conductance, which was later commercialized. So Professor Picard founded a company called Empatica, which some of you may know. So some of the technology that I developed, the later generations of that became integrated into the company known as Empatica, and they are still around, and they're still selling sensor bands both for epilepsy as well as general research. And the last thing I'll mention is that one of the challenges of measuring when you're working with emotion or stress or looking at sympathetic activation, one of the challenges is that you can activate your sympathetic nervous system in different contexts. So it can be when I'm angry and stressed, but I can also be excited, and I could have sweaty palms if I'm excited as well, in a good way. So how do I distinguish between positive activation and negative activation? That is what we call valence. So it turns out that if you wear two sensor bands, one on the left wrist and one on the right wrist, you can look at the symmetry between the two. You look at the amplitude of both signals and look at the symmetry, or rather the asymmetry. And turns out that when there is a negative stress, usually the right side signal goes down, and then it comes back up when you recover. So you can use this as a tool to give you some insight into valence. And this is a very interesting topic, which can be discussed, and I'm sure will be researched further in years to come. But this is currently being applied to a variety of research studies and things like drug addiction, which is an area that I work on, as well as continuing work in sleep and yoga research. Okay, the last topic I'll mention is sort of these emerging and increasing use of artificial intelligence. So you probably hear in many, a lot of the science news and just general developments about natural language and things like chat GPT. So we now have very capable AI algorithms and models, and they can interface with humans in a very natural way. So you can talk to them and they can talk to you. And at least in the English language, these large language models are able to speak quite naturally and with good grammar, and they can also compose answers, and they can compose bodies of text. And the newer versions are also composing things like images, and they can even build a website, for example. That's a ChatGPT-4, for example. But in our homes, in commercial products, we already have some examples, simpler examples of AI, which you might be familiar with in the form of smart speakers. So we have like the Amazon Alexa or the Google Home set of products. And these are now being used to allow conversations between people and the computer, or I should say people and some sort of algorithm. So the reason this is of interest to yoga is because you can now think about having things like guided meditations or some sort of some other sorts of psychotherapy, and it could be highly personalized. So this technology is really important because it provides a level of personalization that was not possible before. So, for someone who, let's say, might work with a yoga instructor for maybe some advanced techniques, you can then practice those techniques at home using some of these technologies. They could reinforce or train you on some specific exercises, and this can be. Because it's a language, it's very applicable to. It's easy to interface. You don't need any technical skills. You can just interact with it by listening and talking. So it works for all ages, from the older people, seniors, as well as children. So this now provides a very exciting. It's an exciting time and exciting new areas that we're starting to explore. Now, the last thing I want to say is, and this is a part of the talk that I generally include in all of my presentations, which is talking about the responsible use of technology. And we are now, technology has become such a close part of our lives. It's almost like the phone is part of our body, but we have wearables and we have phones, and they're always with us. And that is both good and bad. But our children have now grown up with this technology, and you really have this sort of symbiosis where it's really an extension of our brain. And for therapeutic use, this can be very powerful because we can use this to deliver psychological interventions through the phone and through these devices. So we can get some feedback, so it could monitor how we're doing and let us know when we're doing something unhealthy, and give us a sort of healthy nudges, or give us some present to us either some images or videos or audio, which will help change our perspective and our thinking, and essentially help with cognitive behavioral therapy, and basically act as an adjunct to existing traditional psychological treatment or psychiatric treatment. And I like to draw this as sort of a feedback loop. So you have Internet of Things, which we call IoT, plus AI, and that could be not just your phone and your computer, but it can be all the devices in your environment. So, for example, you can have besides a smart speaker, you can have technology and sensors in your bed. You already have technology inside your car, and you can have if you live in a smart home, they're starting to put sensors all over to detect movement. And it's really a personal choice how much technology you want in your environment. But the point is that we now have the capability to put technology in the environment in which we live, and we have algorithms which then run behind those technologies and power those technologies. And these are all working in concert with the human. Now, it's important to remember the perils of this. We must keep in mind that it's very easy to get addicted to technology. And as we all know from a lot of the stories that we see in the news, social media is a big problem in the world. It has a lot of side effects that sort of amplifies our social identities, which can lead to polarization. And that is a huge topic in itself, which I do some research in that as well, which I will not talk about here. But the main point is that we have to maintain perspective, and both as a user of technology and as a developer of technology, we need to be very mindful of how the technology is used and the power of it. Technology can lead to isolation, and we have to be very careful that we don't use technology as a replacement for social contact and social connection. One analogy which I always like to give is that I like to think of technologies as a training wheel. So when many of you started riding a bicycle, you may have used a training wheel or training wheels. So training wheels are great when you are first learning how to ride a bicycle, but once you learn how to ride a bicycle, you're supposed to take the training wheels off, right? And the reason you take it off is because you want to use and develop your own self-agency. So you want to be able to use your own ability to ride a bicycle. You don't want to depend on the training wheels. And it's the same, similar with technology. Once, for example, GPS in the car. So I might use GPS the first time I'm in a new place just to help me find, orient myself. But once I have a basic idea of where it is, I stop using the GPS so I can start using my brain. And I don't want to lose that part of my brain, so I don't use the GPS. I don't continue using the GPS. So it's just one example. It's important to be careful how we use technology and make sure we don't get dependent on it. And I also like to think of technology as sort of being a boost. So, for example, it's like adding a motor to your bicycle. And however, it's not a motorcycle, so you are still required to pedal. So you have to keep pedaling, but the motor just gives you a little bit of extra push. So it's not pedaling for you. So I think technology, the way I like to say it, technology helps ordinary people do extraordinary things, things that they normally couldn't do. But it should not replace your human ability. So I think the future health system have a lot of potential and the ability to work both as a monitor, but as a guide, and also teach you new skills. And it's really a feedback loop. So in summary, I think I've touched on these 4 main areas where technology research is sort of can be applied to yoga and yoga research itself. And then I also mentioned how important it is to think about responsible use of technology as well. So I think I'll end here, and here is my contact information as well as my link and my Twitter ID. So feel free to reach out and ask any questions that you have. So thank you very much for listening, and have a nice day.
All right. So thank you everyone for listening in. We will take a lunch break here for about, I would say 24, 25 minutes. We'll come back at about 12:50, 12:55. And we have full lineup post lunch. We will be listening to Dr. Jonathan Rosenthal for the yoga for mental health, followed by Dr. Helen Leversky, who is also going to be talking about yoga for mental health more from a research perspective. And then we have Elisa Vostrel talking about the role of yoga therapy in the modern day healthcare, which will be followed by a roundtable discussion with Dr. Khalsa, Elisa Vostrel, and a couple of other folks. So please, go have your lunch, and please be back on time at about 12:50. Thank you.